this eye band, which I will be using. And this eye band will be tied on my eyes by a volunteer. In front, it is a thick opaque plastic sheet, and in the back, thick black sponge, which will not allow any type of light to enter around the eyes. And this eye band is actually certified by ophthalmologists. And it will also cover the bridge of the nose over here. And it will cover all the light. And usually it's said that you cannot see without light. So this eye band will be put on my eyes. And once that is done, any of you watching this live on YouTube, you can put your comments in the YouTube comment section, in the live YouTube comment section, and you can put anything. It can be anything you want me to read, and I will be reading it out. So now a volunteer will be putting on this eye band for me. And put a little tighter. Yes, so now the eye band has been put on my eyes. All of you can see. I will be turning to my right, left, up, and down. So, and I think we can move a little to the left. Yes. Yes, so again, I'll just be turning to all the four directions, right, left, up, and down. So all of you can see that there's no gaps anywhere around the eyes. And now the YouTube comments will be projected in front of me, and anyone watching us right now on YouTube live, you can put your comments in the YouTube comment section. You can put a sequence of emojis, numbers, letters, pictures, words, sentences. You can even put something that doesn't even make sense. So yes, we have Rajaya who has put the last comment is from Rajaya who has put Nithyanandam, and then yes, we're just projecting the comments for all of you now. So we have Rajaya who has put Nithyanandam, and then 5 Namaskar emojis and a star emoji, and that emoji has 3 stars, 1 big one and then 2 small ones, stars with 4 tips. And above that we have another comment. And yes, we just got a last comment from Matthew Pomerantz, who has put green apple. And the first comment which we have is, I think we can scroll up a little bit to see the full comment. So the first comment we have is from HSIG Musics, who has put, I got a job after praying to you. I still have a few offers, and please guide me to pick the best choice. I am truly grateful, Nithyanandam. And the Nithyanandam has a DH for in the end. And yes, anyone else who would like to put your comments, you can put it. It can be anything. It can even be any scientific term that you think I may not be able to read, or you can even put a different language. It can be anything. Would anyone else like to put in your comments? It can be anything. Yes, so we have another comment from Wallace, who has put hi. And then we have again Wallace. Wallace has put how are you? It's the Wallace. Wallace. Yeah, we are all fine, and we welcome you to this program. It's good to see many people joining us. And if anyone else also would like to put your comment, you can put anything. It can be a sequence of emojis, numbers, letters, words, sentences, can be anything. Yes, so now we have Prabjot Gill who has put Ja Rastafari. And then a Om emoji, and then a Deepa emoji, a Namaskar emoji, and then a smiley emoji with its tongue out, and then animal. It looks, I think, a puppy or a guinea pig, and then a fox, and then a dog, and then a cat, and then a duck, and then a snake. It looks like a pink snake, and then another snake, a green snake, and then a face on a rock, I guess, a rock which is carved like a face, and then a temple, and then a mala, and um, the next one it looks like a cactus or a germ, and then another one is like candy, I guess. And Wallace is asking, how do you read the words? Yes, yeah. So this is just through the initiation given by Supreme Point of Hinduism. These are the Shaktis revealed by Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agmas. And just with an initiation by the Guru or by an enlightened master, you can manifest these. So even today, after the darshan, even you will be initiated into these Shaktis, and you will also be having the power manifestation sessions where you can also manifest these Shaktis. Yes, and if anyone else would like to put in your comments, you can put it in. And I think Prabjot Gilaya who has put a different language, like he has put Ja Rastafari. He has put a different language, and I think it's a North Indian language. What Parameshwar revealed is it is a North Indian language. And yes, now Wallace has put uh, two emojis, one smiling emoji with the hand, and then another uh, smiley emoji where the face is small and there is like a pink cap on top or a hat. And yes, with that, now we will be moving on to the next power. So we can maybe stop the screen share, and then all of you can see the IBAN being removed. The volunteer will be removing the IBAN. So all of you can see the IBAN being removed. Yes, so now the IBAN has been removed, and all of you can see the IBAN. It is just as it was before. There is nothing added or removed from it. And with that, now we'll be moving into the next power, the power of body scanning. be getting in. Yes, so now we'll be getting into the power of body scanning. And in this power of body scanning, it awakens the ability to scan any diseases, any illnesses, or medically diagnosed issues, as well as provide a solution for the problem through third eye. So the Shastra Pramana for this power of body scanning comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tatvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para. And in this verse, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest consecutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or the whole universe simultaneously consists of essential reality. They being absorbed in their source cause Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi Adi Shakti, is revealed, and supreme power manifestation happens.
And there is a beautiful Apta Pramana, a reference of the power of body scanning from the life of a Siddha named Terayar. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the most prominent disciples of the Rishi Agastya, another very profound, powerful Rishi of the history of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. One day, a man suffering from the severe headache comes to Agastya for healing. And Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small terai, or a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. And Agastya immediately instructs his disciples, to perform a open head surgery and remove that frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of a headache. And this was the first surgery, and why the surgeon, he was called Terayar.
And the Atma Pramana was revealed by Swamiji himself on the 22nd of December 2019, paraphrasing his words. Only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where balances had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings.
And of course, there's so many Sakshi Pramana where people have given their experiences of being on the body scanner or the one who had their body scanned by a disciple of the initiated disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where people had manifested this power and got so much of healing and so much of breakthrough just from the power of body scanning.
And now we'll be entering into the live demonstration of this power of body scanning. So anyone who would like a body scan can put your comments in the YouTube comment section and we will be doing a body scan for you. So you can put your comments in the YouTube comment section. Yes, so Sumi Muliaya has asked a scan for his wife and for a job too, and got consent, yes. Now I'll be scanning Aya. I will be scanning the body. I will be scanning your wife's body. I will be doing the body scanning. About the job, you can register for the Akashic readings, which will be happening on Sunday. You can register for that, as that comes under the past, present, and future. So you can ask that in the Akashic readings that we will be doing on Sunday, or in the Venkateshwara readings that happen on Saturday. So now I'll be doing the body scan for your wife. Yes, the swimming Mulia. For your wife, I was able to see that in her stomach there is some gas that is getting accumulated and she's having some acidity. And due to that, that is affecting also the digestion, not much. It is not such a major digestion issue. Just for the past few days, the food is not getting digested properly. It is getting digested, but not in the proper speed or uh, in the proper way that it's supposed to get digested. And I was also able to see that her uh, metabolism is actually going down. So I was able to see that she should start doing more physical activities. It doesn't need to necessarily be just yoga. She can do yoga, but apart from that, also little more physical activities. And she should also drink some jeera water. You can boil the jeera in the water and drink. She should drink that water. That will help in healing the acidity in her stomach right now, and will also heal the digestion. So this is what I was able to see, Aya, for your wife. And for the job, you can request, you can register for the Akashic readings. Yes, and so Sumu Mandaya, you can get back in the comment section. And Prabjot Gilaya has asked, Mom, may you do a body scan for me and my friend, Oren, requesting healing, and if it's possible, requesting healing for the wealth dimension also. Thank you very much. Yes. Now, Prabjot Gilay, I will be doing body scanning for you, and then after that, I will be doing body scan for your friend. Maybe when I'm doing a body scan for you, you can get back in the comment section if we have the proper consent for your friend. And now I'll be starting the scan for you. Yes. So Prabjot Gilay, for you, I was able to see that you have to do more completion with the wealth dimension. You can attend the wealth completion sessions, and you can also see satsangs where Swamiji has spoken about wealth completion and how to attract wealth. And just use those clicks, those teachings in your day-to-day life that will help you manifest wealth, as well as you will see that uh, due to the wealth manifestation, not just money, not just physical money, but all the four aspects of wealth, which is money, currency, the money, then the physical activism and intensity, and everything else. So you will see all of that manifesting in your life. And yes, you have gotten back saying that we have your friend's consent. So now I'll be scanning for your friend Oren. And Prince Bansalaya, welcome to Kailasa Bronze. And yes, after I do a body scan for Prabjot Budaya's friend, I will be doing a body scan for you. Yes, so Prabjot Gilaya, I was able to see that for your friend Oren, I was able to see that there is like some kind of toxins. It's like a green, dark green, almost black, that is actually getting accumulated in his lungs. And I was able to see that there was like due to that, that can in the next few months it can cause some major issues, so he has to immediately attend to it. He can take Haitaki and have a proper healthy diet. But apart from that, I was able to see that he should go to the doctor and get proper guidance and attend to that. So this is what I was able to see for your friend Daya, and you have gotten back saying I was injured on my foot yesterday. Can you provide clarity on that? Yes, I will just scan. I will now be scanning a solution for that. Okay, so Prabjot Gilaya, for your foot, I was able to see if you have an Atmalinga, you can don't keep it directly on your leg, but keep that Atmalinga for like 15 minutes in a bowl of turmeric, so that turmeric gets energized. You can do it even now. You keep it in turmeric for some time, and then the turmeric mix it with water or oil. You can either apply it on the injured area, or you can also mix it in water and keep your foot in the water. But you can just apply it. But make sure that the turmeric, the energized turmeric, is put on the injured place, and you will see within the next 5 days you will be healed. 5 6 days you will be healed. So yes. And now Prince Bansalaya, now I'll be doing a scan for you. Yes, so Prince Bansalaya, I was able to see for you that physically you're actually quite fine right now. Only sometimes you put a lot of stress on your body and you get a headache. But for that, I was able to see when you get a headache, you can just play the Mahavakya in the background, you will be healed. And as you've asked about the hair fall problem, I was able to see that that is mostly genetic, even if it's not directly like from your parents or close relatives. I was able to see that it is more of a genetic thing. But I was able to see the solution for that, like at least to make it better and to heal it till a certain extent, you have to do completion with your father. So you can go through the completion process, do completion with yourself and your father, and you will see that your hair fall problem reduces drastically. So this is what I was able to see for you, Aya. And Aina Zavutins has asked, Nithyanand, please do a body scan for me. Is there any issues that need to be attended? Yes, now I'll be doing a scan for you, Aya. Yes, so Aina is about in the Aya. I was able to see that for you in the next few months, there is a possibility of kidney stone being formed and you having a kidney stone. But I was able to see that you can prevent it by having a healthy diet, a very healthy diet, more fruits, and make sure that you take castor oil and haritaki every day. That will help in preventing the kidney stone. And even if it will uh, prevent completely the kidney stone. And yes, this is what I was able to see for you, Aya. So you can take castor oil and haritaki every day without missing. And if you forget it or if you miss, then it's okay. You don't have to get scared or you don't have to get scared. You can just continue it again from the next day, and as much as possible, you can maybe keep an alarm or something to remind you. And yes, this is all I was able to see for you, Aya. Other than that, there is nothing that needs to be attended to. And yes, so Prince Bantilaya, Prabhutilaya, and Aina Zavotinzaya. You can get back in the comment section if you were able to relate to what I said, and even Sumimoli. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this power manifestation segment. And I thank all of you who have joined us today for this power manifestation segment. And we will be now moving on to the further segments of this program where we will be learning more about Devi Parashakti and who is Devi Parashakti and what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings and much more. So please stay tuned and we will be starting now with the next segment. I request the NTV volunteer to project the next set of slides. So in this next segment, we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti. So we'll be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. I will be chanting it for all of you now. सिन्दूरारुणविग्रहां त्रिनयनामाणिक्यमौलिस्फुरत् तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखीं मापीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामरिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. And the translation for this verse is, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup blue with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And we also have another Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. अरुणां करुणातरङ्गताक्षीं धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् अनिमादिभिरावृतां मयूकैः रहमित्येव विभावये भवानी. And the translation for this verse is, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima feres, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes manifest and come out and go in, and the source with the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. And Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she beautifully introduces herself of how she has come down as the Nijavatar of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. She says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Shrinkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swami who is in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupani, Brahmandayoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti also reveals, she says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva, manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as gotras of seven rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 mudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And Devi Parashakti also as the Divine Mother. Let us see how we can receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for this darshan. So you can always receive her in a very traditional way, as you see her on the screen. You can keep two beet leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who now might be wondering what exactly is a coin considered as, or what is its importance, why is it kept as part of the plate for receiving? So, coin in the Hindu tradition is actually considered the traditional dakshina. It is offered to the gods in all temples, and many people offer it as an offering. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just a paise. In the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. And in India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the LA temple, to the Los Angeles temple for the further procedures. And now some of you might be wondering, what exactly does the betel leaf and betel nut do? How does it benefit you, whether it's physically, emotionally, or mentally? How will it benefit you? So this betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam, how you can set up the two betel leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin, how you can set it up in a plate. And as all of you can see in the image, there are a few additional items kept. So if you would like, you can also add the additional items such as kumkum, turmeric, flowers, glass bangles, and a coconut. But the 4 basic items that are kept as part of the tambulam is the betel leaf, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can keep it in front of the screen arranged in a plate as you receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for the darshan. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for the darshan. And with that, now we'll be moving to the next segment of this program where all of you will be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings for humanity and how important it is for us to understand, internalize, and follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed for humanity about various topics during this time of Pralaya. So please stay tuned and we will be back after a really short break for the next segment of this program.
So let's get started with this next segment, where we will understand, as Mama Dara said, some of the various revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity during this time. And as we all know, Devi has been continuously manifesting for the sake of guiding us, for the sake of protecting us, for the sake of healing each and every single one of us. So today, let us go through some of the revelations Devi has given to humanity as a whole to guide us through this pralaya, to ensure that we are staying safe and protected during this time. So if I could request the volunteer to start the slide here, please, we can get started. Yep. So as all of us know, Devi has been if you go back to the previous slide, please. If we can go back to the first slide. Problem. So today we will understand some of the revelations Devi Parashakti has made on COVID-19 and how it will affect your immunity. So I could request the volunteer to project the slides, please, from the beginning. So out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Today, let us understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed about immunity and COVID-19. So, as all of us know, the world has been devastated by this COVID-19 pandemic. And as of July 2021, there have been over 4 million deaths and over 186 confirmed cases, 86 million confirmed cases of COVID-19. And unfortunately, the worst affected countries have been the United States, India, and Brazil. Let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations made on the 18th of June, 2021.
That's the first priority. Still, you are all not realizing the power of my words when I say Corona is very much out there with the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you. Due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economical situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level. Cannot be described. Wait. This year, focus on keeping yourself alive.
So let us reiterate Devi Parashakti's revelation. Yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. Devi revealed, still, you are not realizing the power of my words. When I say Corona is very much out there with the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economic situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level cannot be described. Wait, this year, focus on keeping yourself alive. Let us understand what Devi has revealed about the immunity strength being weakened in human bodies. So the three main revelations that Devi has made is that Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Let us first understand this revelation. If we can continue to the next slide, please. So Devi Parashakti revealed on the 18th of June 2021 that Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies, and human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. And in Science Daily, it was recently published that new research suggests a coronavirus infection actually alters the biomechanical properties of red and white blood cells, in some cases for months, a possible explanation for long COVID. And COVID, the article continues on, that COVID-19 significantly changes the size and stiffness of red and white blood cells, sometimes over months, and these results may help to explain why some affected people continue to complain of symptoms long after infection. So as we can see, that COVID-19 actually does affect the immunity power directly. It changes the size and stiffness of red and white blood cells and can have consequences months after the initial infection. And in the Academy of Medical Sciences, it states that the way that the body defends against a virus is to recognize and neutralize it. However, an article by Forbes explains that Corona suppresses the immune system by disrupting the actions of the body's immune cells. And this immunosuppression allows for the 2-week incubation period, which gives Corona enough time to attack the body. So as Devi has explained, that Corona actually weakens the immune system, power of immunity, and as we can see, that research has also shown that it actually disrupts the actions of the body's immune cells. And here we can see in the graph below a typical timeline for someone infected with COVID-19. So the initial period of incubation is between around 0 to 5 days. And after that is the prodromal period, which is between 5 to 10 days. And the next 5 days is usually when people experience the acute infection, where sometimes they are admitted to the ICU or have other very severe symptoms. And many times after this, people do end up recovering and having recovery. However, there is a period many times where people are experiencing symptoms much long after this 2-week period. And many times this can continue on for months. And let us understand the impact of COVID-19 in comparison with other deadly diseases in history. So the impact of COVID-19 cannot actually be dismissed. We can clearly see where COVID sits amidst other deadly diseases throughout history. And you can see on the far left, you can see the HIV, AIDS epidemic that affected millions of people over the course of 40 years. Over 35 million people were affected by the HIV epidemic. However, in just 1.5 years, COVID-19 has already taken the lives of 4 million people. So the impact of this is very much well within comparison of some of the most deadly pandemics that we've seen in history. And further studies by the University of Oxford have found that cells are profoundly impaired after recovering from COVID-19. So as Devi has revealed, that COVID-19 actually directly affects the immune system and the cells that that are part of the immune system. So this can directly affect how your body responds to other diseases. And the British Society for Immunology has also claimed that the effects of COVID are far beyond respiratory health. It also affects our cardiovascular system and our renal system. And an excerpt, we have an excerpt below from a research briefing on how the human body is affected by COVID after COVID-19. So the exposure to the disease COVID-19 causes symptoms in multiple organ systems across the body and is not limited to only the lungs and respiratory system, as was originally thought. In addition, patients are reporting chronic symptoms such as fatigue and shortness of breath that last for months after the original infection. And the name given to those suffering from COVID-like symptoms after the infection has passed is called long COVID. And long COVID can affect the lungs, the cardiovascular system, circulatory system, and it can also cause fatigue and inflammation. So as we know, the effects of COVID-19 can have very long-lasting symptoms on various organ systems in the body. And as, of course, if our lungs, our cardiovascular system, our circulatory system are affected, it will weaken our body's ability to respond to other diseases. It weakens our immunity power, just as Devi Parashakti has revealed. And of course, long COVID can also cause fatigue and inflammation, which also can add to the weakening of our immune system. And here we can see an example of how the lungs can be affected in someone who has suffered with COVID-19. On the left, you can see the healthy lungs, and on the right, you can see the COVID-affected lungs, where there's far more scarring in the lungs on the right side. And you can see very clearly how the lungs are very severely damaged in the case of COVID-19 patients. And even after contracting corona, your immune system remains weakened and you are much more susceptible to other illnesses. So symptoms that can last for weeks or months after first being infected with the coronavirus, it can include it can have multi-organ effects and can affect most, if not all the body systems, including the heart, lungs, kidneys, skin, and brain functions. Literally, coronavirus has the ability to affect literally almost every body system, organ system in the body. And of course, when our other organ systems, our heart, our lung, our kidney, our skin, and our brain function are weakened, our immune strength is also weakened. And of course, COVID-19 also has a very direct effect on our immune strength as well, and our ability to respond to other diseases. And the second revelation that we'll look at today is that coronavirus has made the immune strength weak in human bodies, and all other diseases are waiting to attack human bodies. Let us understand what other diseases have been affecting COVID-19 patients. So the black fungal disease, white fungal disease, and other fungal diseases have been sweeping throughout India and affecting primarily COVID-19 patients, and specifically unfortunately, even people who have recovered from COVID-19. And in one article, it was reported that over 9,000 cases were already found. And in another article, it was reported that over 4,556 patients of the 5,424 patients of Black fungal disease were former COVID-19 patients. And here you can see the photo of the affected patients who have been infected with black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases while also facing a COVID-19 infection or having recovered from a COVID-19 infection. And Devi has also revealed that COVID-19 is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. So as we have all heard, there are several variants across the globe that have been affecting the many people across the world. And we've all heard of the variants coming out of India, Brazil, South Africa, and UK, and that have continuously been causing more and more waves of COVID-19. And the variants that have come out of each country, the Alpha variant has come out of Kent, UK, the Beta variant has come out of South Africa, the Gamma variant has come out of Brazil, and the Delta variant has come out of India. And in general, viruses mutate, but in the case of COVID-19, we have seen that they are becoming more dominant. And this is exactly as Devi has revealed. The coronavirus is becoming stronger in more and more multiple forms. And this is why, even after 1.5 years, we are continuing to face more and more waves of COVID-19. And the dangers of these variants was further highlighted when the World Health Organization categorized the Delta variant as the most highly transmissible variant of COVID-19. And in the article below, it states that it indicates that the Delta variant was the primary cause behind India's second wave of COVID-19. And of course, we are continuing to see more and more waves of COVID-19 coming up, unfortunately, and more variants arising from different countries, especially out of India. And the below infographic shows that the 4 variants that are currently circulating and the countries which have been affected by these variants. The Alpha variant coming out of the UK has affected over 173 countries. The Beta variant out of South Africa has affected 122 countries. The Gamma variant out of Brazil has affected 74 countries, and the Delta variant out of India has affected 104 countries. And other variants of COVID-19 have also been recently discovered, as we've heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself about the Lambda variant and the Delta Plus variant that will affect India. And we should take heed to the precautions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi Parashakti have been giving. Ensure that we are protecting our lives. Studies suggest that the Delta variant is 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant, which was more contagious than the original strain that emerged from China. So as Devi revealed, the COVID-19 is just becoming more and more strong in multiple forms. And secondary attack rates have been known to be between 51 to 67% higher than that of the Alpha variant. So this is in the case of the Delta variant. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has specifically warned this. It is not guaranteed that you are protected just because you have already had COVID-19. And as we can see that the secondary attack rate for the Delta variant have been between 51 to 67% higher than what we have seen in earlier variants. So as we can see, it is becoming much more strong in multiple forms and has been affecting more and more people as we see it progressing and mutating and changing and affecting more and more people across the globe. And on the 14th of April, 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed about what is to come in the future for us. Let us watch that revelation.
ஷர்மிளா, கொரோனா ஒழிந்தது. கொரோனாவை வைத்து அரசியலும் அழிவாட்டமும் செய்ய நினைக்கும் மனிதர்களின் சதிராட்டம் முடிய இன்னும் 4 ஆண்டுகளாகும். என் பக்தர்களையும் சீடர்களையும் கைலாய வாசிகளையும் நானே காத்துக் கொள்கின்றேன், நானே காக்கின்றேன். என் பக்தர்களுக்கு ஒரு துயரும் ஒரு துக்கமும் வாராது. ஆனால் உலகின் இந்த கொரோனாவின் சதியாட்டம் முடிய 4 ஆண்டுகள் ஆகும். 2025 தான் அடங்கும். இது சதியாட்டம், மனிதர்களின் சதியாட்டம்.
The Devi revealed that Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracies done by humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples, and Kailasa. No suffering will come for my devotees, but it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to an end only in 2025. It is a conspiracy, a human conspiracy. And as for Devi's revelations, we've already seen that COVID-19 is not going to be coming to an end anytime soon. In the coming months, we will be seeing more and more waves. It's already been reported that we will be facing a 3rd wave of COVID-19 in India very soon in the coming weeks. And it also has, in this article, it has stated that if a new variant is discovered, it would spread faster in this 3rd wave. So unfortunately, we are not seeing any sign of COVID-19 coming to a halt. It looks to be continuously going, and as Devi already revealed, we will not see an end to this till 2025, unfortunately. So with more and more waves of COVID-19 coming up and with no end in sight, what is the best way we can protect ourselves? Does anybody have a solution? Kailasa is the only place that is safe, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only hope. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up the Kailasa COVID care centers for all those who are living in India and who have been devastated by this COVID-19 pandemic. And if you would like to avail this opportunity to protect yourself, protect your life, protect your loved one, you can sign up today at kailasa.org/kailasacare. The link is projected there. And you can protect your life. Devi and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been continuously reminding us that the only profit for this year, the only priority for this year, is to keep yourself alive. That is the only benefit of this year. So do take heed to Devi Parashakti's revelations and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's warnings. Protect yourself, and if you're living in India especially, ensure that you are maintaining this multi-layer quarantine. You can sign up for this opportunity for the Kailasa COVID care centers, again, at kailasa.org/kailasacare. So with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program and entering into the next segment, where we will understand some of the various ways we can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply. And as we know, Devi has been continuously guiding us, has been continuously blessing us, and ensuring that we are protected and safe during this pandemic, during this pralaya. And it is when we needed her the most, at the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has manifested Devi Parashakti just for the sake of healing us through the cosmic mother, the energy of the cosmic mother. And if you're just overflowing in gratitude for your cosmic mother, you are welcome to stay tuned for the next segment where we will hear some of the ways we can offer our gratitude, our love for Devi Parashakti, and ensure that we receive all of the blessings and grace from Devi Parashakti much more deeply. So please stay tuned for this next segment. And if you would like to have any of your questions answered by Devi Parashakti, you can ask your questions in the YouTube comments below when we're having the live Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. And we just had them last night. And the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been continuously blessing us and manifesting Devi Parashakti for us to ensure that we are protected. So you can ask your questions and ensure that all of your answers are answered. So if I could request the volunteer to project slides on offering, we can enter into this next segment and understand how we can connect with Devi much more deeply and how we can receive everything that Devi has to offer. If I could request the volunteer to project the slides on offering. Yes, if I could request the volunteer to project the slides on offering. So as we get those slides ready, let us understand the concept of offering. The offering is not made out of any greed or fear, but is rather a offering of love and devotion. Yes, thank you so much, Ram. I think we've got the slide.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers who are joining with us and all the participants of this program as we are going deeper and deeper into the program today of the Parashakti Akashic reading. I welcome each and every one of you who is joining us once again. I hope you have been enjoying the program, and if you have any experiences that you'd like to share, or if you had witnessed and been a part of the exquisite spiritual feast, which was just yesterday's night darshan, you can really experience and you can really find yourself more and more deeper through this next segment, through the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. So let's begin by understanding the context of making an offering. Understand that masculine and feminine energy is present in every single one of us and is represented by the deity Ardhanarishwara, who expresses both the masculine and feminine energies. And in fact, both consciousness have to be expressed equally by every human being to be enlightened. It is a very, very intrinsic part of enlightenment itself, of course, because it's so related to our identity, our sexuality, and the expression of who we are. It's one of the core and fundamental parts of our identity. Until enlightenment, only the masculine dimension expresses more than the feminine dimension, irrespective of the male or female physical bodies. Yes, let's go on. And actually, there are 5 dimensions apart from the feminine energy itself that you have to complete with in order to achieve enlightenment. 1 is the Pitrus, the ancestors. 2 is Kula Devatas. 3 is the parents. 4 is nature itself. And the 5th is Guru. And incompletions, life negative and adharmic cognitions in the 5 dimensions lead to misconstrued karana and karya, cause and effect, further leading to suffering and pain and calamities in individual, personal, and collective global levels. And one of the ways that you can completely jump from incompletion, from having burden in your life, from feeling pain and suffering, to completely being in oneness with existence, to completely experience enlightenment itself, is being grateful for everything in your life, including the air you breathe, the place you sit, the energy you feel to exist, the energy to celebrate that you exist, everything, to feel gratitude for that and becoming sensitive to that. And there's a beautiful story that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism actually narrates, Guaranteed Solution book. He says that one day in a classroom, a geography teacher was telling students to give all the 7 different wonders of the world. And one by one, everyone started naming off what are the 7 different wonders of the world. And they started telling, okay, this is the Great Wall of China and the pyramids in Egypt. They've told about what else? The Tower of Pisa, the Taj Mahal, and there's so many other wonders. There's 7 different wonders, but there was one child, a small girl, who was sitting in the back of the classroom, not really participating, but really looking a little bit confused, looking intentful. And the teacher was curious by her look, and she asked the girl, why are you not participating? What are you thinking about? And the girl said, I don't understand, how could there be only 7 wonders of the world? There's surely not 7. What wonders me is the ability that I can see, that I can hear, that I can speak, that I can dance, and that I can enjoy my life. That is the 7. That's the wonders of the world for me. And there are definitely more than just 7. The girl had just astounded, not just the teacher, but the whole classroom. In the same way, we often forget the immense amount of energies that are working, that are a part of the existence, that are independent existence themselves and are independent intelligence themselves, that work within inside of us and work around us in order to make us happen, literally. Actually, even the chakshu, which is the ability of sight in Sanskrit, is worshipped as an energy, not just a ability or something that we have grown capable of doing. It is energy in itself. Yes. And actually, all of the energies of existence are considered as Devi Parashakti herself, or considered as an embodiment of Devi. And in fact, there are 43 energies that constitute our entire body, our human body. When all the 43 are integrated, it is worshipped as Devi Parashakti. And that is the integration of all the 43, the alignment of all 43 energies is actually represented by the Sri Chakra. And as you can see here in this picture, the Sri Meru is the three-dimensional representation of the Brahmanda Yoni, or Devi Parashakti herself. And the Sri Meru is worshipped literally as Sri Meru, as Devi Parashakti. Each corner of this three-dimensional figure is worshipped as a Devi, as a representation of Devi, and there are 43 triangles of this Sri Meru. So that is each and every one of the 43 energies, and each one, like Siddhi, Buddhi, the powers, the intelligence, Bhukti, the intensity, and Mukti, the liberation itself, all of these are different energies and different forms of Devi Parashakti. So ultimately, the alignment of all these is Dharma and the representation of the cosmic motherly completion, which is the core principle of the cosmos. Awakening the sacred feminine is actually the key to enlightenment. Beautifully, there's a proverb that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says, that the Swamiji himself has quoted many times, that literally enlightenment is the key on the hip to Devi Parashakti. And only a child to Devi Parashakti can reach that key and reach Paramashiva himself. Because no other person who can have the confidence or can have the just the right over the mother to take that key and reach Paramashiva, reach inside the house. And exactly like this, literally the sacred feminine, worshipping the sacred feminine, and that is seeing the whole existence as your mother and worshipping the whole existence, worshipping the existential energy as the mother energy. That is literally the key to enlightenment. And when awakened in a man, the man expresses, he becomes a great revered leader. When awakened in a woman, when she expresses this sacred feminine energy, she literally becomes Devi Parashakti. Yes. And conscious sovereignty is the key to awaken the sacred feminine consciousness. Out of millions of paths, the easiest, sweetest, most beautiful path to enlightenment is connecting with Cosmos as the mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. She is the one who expresses as Guru all gods and all manifestations in the universe. She can straightaway deliver enlightenment by connecting through the cosmic umbilical cord. And understand that offerings is not to the benefit of the divine, but to close the gap with the divine consciousness. When we achieve completion with the Divine Mother, her infinite powers, with her sweet grace, starts nourishing all our dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. Another beautiful story from Guaranteed Solutions book is one day a man was asking God that he wanted $10 million desperately, and he was just really seeking this $10 million. And he said, he promised God, if you give me this $10 million, I will give you 2%, I'll offer it at your shrine. If you don't believe me, you can take $2 million and I will keep the rest, $8 million for myself. Understand, in this man, he was trying to convince himself that he was giving a benefit to the God with his 2% of donation that he was saying. But ultimately, understand that we are never in any way benefiting the God, or we're never able to add value to God. We have to understand that we belong to the existence. Existence is our very source. And the divine cosmic mother, when we connect to the existence as Parashakti, as our very source, our mother, and that motherly connection has a physical effect on us, a physical way, because even if you cognize that the universe as father, or even if you have a fatherly relationship, you feel that it is fatherly, you'll still feel a gap because you never physically had a connection with your father. It was not physical. Only with the mother, she created the ambience. She literally held us within our womb. She had created the physical umbilical cord. And that is the physical connection that we had with our mother. And that is exactly what is reflected in the whole cosmos itself. When we understand that it's not just mother, but literally our physical body, that she had evolved over 5,000, over thousands and thousands of years, countless years, from the very amoeba to the evolved through thousands of years of evolution, and we have literally been gifted this human body, and existence itself worked tirelessly, never giving up, and life itself, that life energy, had never given up on planet Earth, created even out of the most dire situations. The next slide, please. And there is nothing too small or too big that one can offer to connect with the Divine Mother. It has to be from a space of love, of a child looking at her mother and handing her what she has to share out of deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk or flour, or it can be a very precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or hair. And Vedic rishis have clearly stated the technique to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness to awaken the same qualities in us. One can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the divine cosmic mother, it is only by worshipping her feet with devotion. Actually, understand this from the very life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Beautifully, Swamiji has said that the science of Sri Vidya, of worshipping the sacred feminine consciousness, is what every incarnation of Paramashiva has always used in order to awaken that Paramashiva in them and literally manifest that experience of Paramashiva. Whether it is even the ancient rishis, Goraknathar, Nandikeshwar, or any of them, or even Nandikeshwar had offered the very first Kanya Puja to Kanya Kumari, or even Adi Shankaracharya, who worshipped Devi Parashakti out of so much of love, had even been the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Madurai Adinam, or even the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, who had worshipped, has always worshipped, who had the very darshan of Devi Parashakti when he was 6 or 7 years old, and carved that deity of Devi Parashakti, which he had the darshan of, the physical darshan of, and carved that deity, and until today worship that deity. And it is the most beautiful, most profound way that you can literally be able to experience love, life, experience the ultimate in your life, and awaken Paramashiva, experience Paramashivoham. That is why today the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting as Devi Parashakti. And not only this, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is, through Devi Parashakti, empowering all women through this revival of the Shakta Sampradaya, empowering all women everywhere. And even today has been recognized as one of among the world's foremost leading advocates for ending violence against women, in violence against Hindu women specifically, and battling femicide and acts of femicide that are ongoing. And there is even a published UN report about this in the UN Human Rights Commission website on how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously working towards ensuring each and every one of us, all women, Hindu women, are taken care, are empowered, as we are embodiments of Devi Parashakti herself. as it is written in the very lines of the Devi Mahatmyam and sung by all the rishis of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So mother worship is, in conclusion, the most non-violent, most peace-centered, healing, soothing, and sweetest path to enlightenment among all traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping also includes contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblation at her divine feet. Yes. We can go on. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Now, as I had just hinted, we can understand why divine feminine, how it literally makes us experience the ultimate. Yes. And there's a beautiful verse from the Rig Veda. It says, Om aham rudrebhe vasuvishcharanama Visuvishcharanami aham adityer uta vishwa devehi aham mitra varuno babibrami aham indragni aham ashvino baha. Yeah. We'll go on. And the English translation means, I walk as the 11 Rudras and as the Vasus. I walk as Vishnu and other Adityas and all divine forms, Vishvadevas. Hold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni I do, the Ashwin twins do. And the translation goes on, Ekadasha Rudras, Maharudras, Ashtavasus, Dvadasha, Adityas, Vishvadevata, all of them are in my retinue. I move around them in my various forms with them as my retinue. I protect them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and Ashwini Devatas as well. And in these verses, literally Devi is declaring herself as the inner self of all gods, divine energy, and she is pervading and all permeating energy. I'm just bringing in all the questions. Yes, now let's move on. Let's get started into all the various offerings to Devi Parashakti. Oops, I think we're going back. If we can go forward into the next slide. Yes, so we're starting off with the Hundi. The Hundi is the very first, very simple offering that you can make. And I'm sure many of us Hindus all remember when we were young, when we go to the temples, we always give a few coins or even $1, sometimes even $20 into the Hundi. And we always offer it at the feet of Devi Parashakti, or we're giving it in the plate of the pujari, or in what is called the Hundi and the Hundial. And the Hundi is just a very very simple structure that itself is for collecting donations and that kind of thing in the temples. And it's just a very sacred custom, a tradition that each Hindu follows, that whenever we go to the temple, whenever we are going and receiving the darshan of Devi Parashakti or any of our Ishta Devata, we simply offer our gratitude first. We offer our gratitude, we give our love, our respect in this very, very simple form, which would never be any way that we are, would never be any way that, you know, we never will feel, of course, that this is adding any value to Devi Parashakti, but simply that we are just offering our gratitude. There's a beautiful verse here where Devi Parashakti is described. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. So in this verse, as you can see, Devi Parashakti is described as the one who is fond of true devotion, the lover of true devotion. She can be won over through this true devotion. Understand, even if it is just a small amount, how much ever negligible it might be to you, you can understand, you can just see that Devi Parashakti will accept and shower you with more and more blessings in your life. If you have any fears as well, if you feel that there's something in your heart burdening you, making your heart heavy, just drop it at the feet of Devi Parashakti through the form of this offering. And Devi Parashakti is sure to remove all of that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Here, Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu or Lord Shiva. Sharadharadhya means worshipped by Sharadha or Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva, and the Linga Purana says that Lord Shiva is called Sarva in his form. Sharmadhayani is Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering anything, any amount that you'd like to do through this e-hundi offering. And you can make the e-hundi offering either through the YouTube super chat or through the payment gateway. And at the end of this segment, we'll understand a little bit more about how you can make those payments. Yes. And the next offering here is the Sankalpa offering. And there is a verse from the Saundarya Lahari. Saundarya Lahari is basically an ecstatic expression of Sri Adi Shankaracharya, one of the great incarnations of Paramashiva, who had happened on planet Earth, I think around 2000 years ago. And he composed the Saundarya Lahari, which is a deep poem, a very sacred sentiment that happened, literally a manifestation that happened from Adi Shankaracharya out of a deep space of oneness with Devi Parashakti. And in those lines it says, Japo japa jalpa shilpam sakalam api mudra virachana, meaning let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become the chanting of your name. And the rest of the verse, the translation, sorry, if we can go back. Yeah. The rest of the verse, the translation says, let all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire oblations in the Homa Yajna to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you, and all my actions of pleasure of mine become part of your worship. In this Sankalpa offering, it is a very profound, powerful mantra that you can offer. And in this, just through this offering, you will see how both the asked and unasked, even the remembered and forgotten wishes that you have will manifest with the grace of Devi Parashakti. Yes. And next we have the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu. And in this, you can literally offer basically the offering of the 1008 names. That's the Sahasranama. And you'll be offering a gold coin inscribed with all of the 1008 names. And in this offering, it is basically an archana done to the Sri Meru, which is a very, very special offering. And you will see how it manifests and awakens the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers. And when we are chanting these various names, the powers of Devi Parashakti, the descriptions of Devi Parashakti, we're literally cherishing that in our inner space. We are continuously invoking her presence. When we do that, we make it manifest outside of us. When we deeply sit and we simply just do that japa of her name, the Sahasranama. We are literally being in oneness with her, and we are worshipping her, and also giving the oblations at her feet, and therefore manifesting the mother and manifesting the deep feeling connection towards Devi Parashakti. Yeah. The next offering we have is the Mukta Anguti. And there's a beautiful verse from the Devi Suktam where the translation says, "Let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by gods, who is served by Devendra, who is praised by Devas, troubled by Asuras, who is praised and remembered as the devotion to her solves all, who is the source of all good in the world, let that goddess destroy all obstacles." And this offering, the Mukta Anguti, is literally the offering of the pearl ring to the very one who is the ocean of compassion. We are offering a symbol of compassion here. So this will literally bring the blessings for protection from all dangers and all fears. The next offering here is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. And there's a beautiful verse where in the Lakshmi Astutam it says, Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhukti Mukti Pradayini Mantra Murte Sadat Devi Mahalakshmi Namostute. The English translation means, Devi who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity, Devi who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos, I bow down to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. And through this offering of the Padma Pushpa, there are hundreds of scriptural references for the Padma Pushpa, the lotus flower, being used in the worship. And it's also in Sanatana Hindu Dharma considered as a divine flower. Because it is considered as a divine flower, that's why it is offered and considered as one of the best offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. Among all of the flowers, among all of the various different flowers, this is considered as a divine flower that you can literally make this offering, and you'll receive the blessings for attracting positive relationships in your personal life as well as the business dimension. Yes, the next offering is a very, very special offering, which I always love to share with each and every one of you, the Swarnameti. And the Swarnameti has another reference from that very same beautiful composition by Sri Adi Shankaracharya, the Saundarya Lahari. And it says that Lord Brahma, the creator of Yor, selects a dust from your feet and creates this world. And the great Adishesha, with his 1,000 heads, somehow carries the dust of feet with effort great. And the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nicely and uses it as holy ash. And through this offering of the Swarnameti, you will literally be blessed to have a life of leadership qualities by offering worship to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, and achieved by even worshipping a tiny grain of dust from her feet. That is how gracious, how immense, how compassionate Devi Parashakti is. By just if you worship the dust which falls from her feet, you will attain so much. And beautifully, there's so many sweet stories of the feet dust of the divine being, how it can give so much of breakthrough. In fact, even until today, Swamiji himself narrates a story from his own life where he had served the great Swami Vairagyananda, who was a direct devotee of Sri Saradha Devi. Saradha Devi being the divine consort of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. And Saradha Devi had outlived Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, and after he had attained oneness or attained samadhi, he had Saradha Devi had been running the mission, and it's at this time that Vairagyananda Swami had been serving Saradha Devi. And he at one point had such a beautiful darshan of Sharada Devi as Devi Parashakti herself, Jagadhatri. And when he was offering the worship to Devi Parashakti once, there's a tradition of making a clay deity in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and the deity of Devi Parashakti was made out of clay. And suddenly, it started raining intensely, and this worship, Sharada Devi and Swami Vairagyananda were both witness to, and they were both conducting. And Sharada Devi was, of course, offering her divine presence, and Swami Vairagyananda was offering the worship. And the deity of Devi started to melt, because often in the rain the clay deities are just become clay once again, and it literally melts. So so when that happened, it was reported to Sharada Devi, and Sharada Devi just said, "Okay, I'll come and sit. You worship, finish the worship with me, and we'll finish the worship." So then Swami Vairagyananda had the opportunity, had the grace to literally worship Sharada Devi's feet, and she literally had given him darshan as the Jagadhatri herself, Devi Parashakti. And Swami Vairagyananda had shared that he had this darshan to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in around 1998-1999, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had been taking care of Swami Vairagyananda in Haridwar, in the Ramakrishna Hospital of Haridwar. And Swamiji at that time had been taking care of Swami Vairagyananda, and because Swami Vairagyananda was just about to leave the body at that time, he had given his very last property, whichever was on him, to Swamiji. And that very item was nothing but the padatuli, the feet dust that Swami Vairagyananda himself had collected from Sharada Devi, who had given him darshan as Devi Parashakti, who is literally the embodiment of Devi Parashakti. And until today, Swamiji covets, worships that feet dust of Devi Parashakti, the incarnation of Paramashiva. Imagine having been with him for more than 30 years now, or for, I think, more than 25 years now. And that feet dust of Devi is now today encapsulated in the first gold that was ever offered to Swamiji. And if you ever see the ring of Sharada Devi that Swamiji is wearing nowadays, even in darshans, is encapsulating that very feet dust of Sharada Devi. So it's such a beautiful story, and how Swamiji holds, deeply worships the feet dust of Devi Parashakti. To the one who is literally worshipped by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by Paramashiva himself, you can offer this Swaranameti and adorn her sacred feet, and you'll have so many blessings in your life. Yeah, let's go on. The next offering we have is the Mantika. And in the Lalita Sahasranama Stotram and verse 106, there's a beautiful verse called where Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarvi Varshini, meaning she who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara Chakra, the crown center, to the Agnya Chakra, the brow center, and permeates through all our 72,000 nadis, the energy centers, to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. And the Mantika is a traditional piece of jewelry that goes usually across the forehead or from the crown center to the forehead. And it is literally represented as a chain, or sometimes a line of chains, or sometimes a very intricate headdress on top of us. And it is actually nothing but literally representing the golden nectar which is overflowing from the head, the crown center, when the Sahasrara Chakra, the crown center, is completely open. So this offering literally gives you the blessings to live an enlightened lifestyle, live enlightenment, actually, literally. Yes. And the next offering we have is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And there is a beautiful verse from another composition of Sri Adi Shankaracharya. And I'll just be chanting that verse. Let's all remember, deeply remember the grace of the Guru and the grace of Guru happening in our lives as we chant this verse. Yaso me gatam dikshu dhana pratapa jagadvasu sarvam kare yat prasadhat guroragni padme manaschanna lagmam tatakyam 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 tatakyam. And the English translation says, my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as rewards of my virtues. Yet if one's mind cannot be centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then? What then? What then? And another beautiful verse of the Guru Paduka Stotram, which it says, Ananta samsara samsara dhara Naukayitavyam Sri Guru Bhakti Kavyam Vairagya Samraja Sri Guru Bhakti Kavyam Namo Namah Sri Guru Padukavyam. So literally it's saying that in this endless ocean of Maya, the Guru's feet is nothing but the boat that takes us through, that leads us from ignorance to enlightenment. And I bow down to the feet of the Guru. And there's so many verses like this where it is literally telling us how beautifully the Guru's feet, the Guru's grace is in our life. And especially here in this verse where Adi Shankaracharya himself is singing the praises of his Guru. And understand Paramashiva himself, his Guru, of course, being very well renowned, did not actually was only his own Guru. He is the incarnation of him. Paramashiva himself is singing the praises of his own Guru. And he's literally saying, Tatakyam, Tatakyam, Tatakyam. He's unable to stop repeating that two words, Tatakyam. What then? What's the purpose? Why should we go after anything else in this world? If we cannot align ourselves, if we are not centered upon our Guru. Especially in a world where, darkness is pervading in every direction. We do not know, and we surely should not be under any delusion that we know the answers to everything in our lives. But the Guru, who is manifested in our lives with so much of grace, compassion, has been guiding us continuously, non-stop, tirelessly, with so much of patience and passion. He is the one who has literally been manifesting, and you can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja to the Guru. And especially with Ganesha Chaturthi, the very day when Ganesha himself manifested, it is a very, very profound and powerful day when you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. I invite each and every one of you, if you are interested in making these offerings, you can stay tuned. We'll go over how you can make a payment, how you can register. But just take a few minutes and contemplate as well. And ensure that you are never taking for granted the presence of Guru in your life. Many Kailashians offer the Guru Puja, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, even once or twice, even 3 or 4 times a year for every great festival, because we never take for granted that literally Paramashiva himself has descended, is acting in our lives as Guru and guiding each and every one of us personally. Each and every one of us has that deep feeling connection to Guru. And with this Pratyaksha Pada Puja, you can deepen it and literally experience so much more breakthroughs in your life. So this is one of the most powerful offerings that you can do. And also, once again, with Ganesha Chaturthi coming up, there's an occasion for you to offer this and you to plan on a very auspicious day. Yes, we can go on now to the next offering, the Vastra Seva. Once again, Devi Parashakti is manifesting in our life as Guru as well, the feminine consciousness, who is the beyond both male and female. and offering the vastram, the clothes, to the Guru, the dimension of the Cosmic Mother, during the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, bestows one with the sweetest path to enlightenment and complete perfection. So this brings us to a conclusion of all the different offerings that we have today. And as you can see, we have the Inkundi offering, the Sankalpa offering, the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Mangtika, and the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. As you can see, we have several different offerings and levels of offerings. So you don't have to feel as though you want to make an offering, but perhaps you can't, perhaps there's some obstacle. If you feel that you want to make an offering, you can go ahead and make any of these offerings. Either it be an Ihundi offering you can make for any amount, or the Sankalpa offering, which is just $1, or even the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And perhaps you do want to make an offering for later, or you don't want to say right away you want to make an offering, or you're not able to make an offering right away. We of course understand that. I invite you to register for this program at tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi, and you will be able to register. The links for registration are in the are below, and this will basically create your intention. Creating an intention for making an offering is as powerful as making the offering itself, because it is that first step that you do. Before you put the payment, before you take the steps, before you even sit down and set up for your puja, before you have the darshan, before everything, you make an intention and you work from that intention. So you can make an intention today for offering any one of these offerings and simply take that first step. When you make an intention, you submit that to the cosmos. The cosmos takes 1,000 steps towards you in order to fulfill and make this offering in your lifetime. This is how you consciously build gratitude, and you can see yourself surrounded by so much of love, pure love, and actually have that pure love, that gratitude be the jumping board into oneness, an experience of oneness in your life. Yes, let's go on. Let's now understand how exactly you can make any one of these payments. We have the last few minutes of this segment before we move on into the next segments of today's program. So at this link, gateway.nithyanandeshwara.hindutemple.org, and then you can use the rest of the keywords here. Please make sure you go to this link and you can start making an offering, filling out the steps to make an offering. It's just 3 easy steps to make an offering today. You don't have to feel as though it is an elaborate process. It's a very straightforward way. And in the next couple of slides, I'll be showing you exactly what you have in store for you and what to expect once you're making a payment. Yes, we can go on. So once you hit that link and you are entering the link in your browser, you will see a page that this is. If you're not seeing this page, please check the link that you have put in, and perhaps you need to fix the typo or ensure you have that link properly entered in. So as you can see here, this is the main landing page for any Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan donation. The next slide, please. And as you can see, you can just select in the drop-down menu any one of the offerings that you'd like to make. So if you, we can go on to the next slide. So you can see you can offer any one of these offerings, and all the offerings are in the drop-down menu. You can select the offering that you'd like to make and then add that to your cart. The next slide, please. And as you can see here, this is what your cart looks like. And perhaps you have entered an offering twice, or maybe you have an offering from before added into your cart. Make sure that you have only what you want to offer today. You just review your cart and you can simply delete or add any items that you'd like. Then once you're clear that you're ready to go, you can proceed to checkout. We can go on to the next slide. And then you can fill out your billing details and your payment details. So this is the last step. You can see the different options for the payment that you have through this gateway. And after this, you just submit your payment, and that's it. After this, invite each and every one of the Yajamans, anyone who is offering, to go to tiny.cc/sankalpa-2021 and ensure that you're filling out the Sankalpa form. This form is mandatory and ensures that you are the names of your yourself as well as your family members is chanted during the puja. Yeah. Let's go on. Now, I'd like to invite each and every one of the viewers to join on the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. There's so many benefits to joining, not only just becoming a member of Kailasa, the only Hindu nation and the greatest Hindu nation, but also having notifications for you every single time there is a special announcement, there's a special live darshan, or even if there's even special Adi Kailash courtyard sessions with the avatar himself, where you can manifest Shaktis in his very presence. You can select, as you can see here, once you are in the live video, you can go to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda and hit join. And once you have hit join, you can, we can go on to the next slide. You can fill out the rest of the steps and hit the level that you want. There's the e-Kailashi, the bronze level, the silver level, the gold level, the platinum level, and the premium level. And each of these is for your comfort, how much ever you want to do. You don't need to feel any requirement at all. And you can hit join, and then you can proceed for the payment for the membership. The next slide, please. Yes. And either you can pay through Google Pay, through a credit card or debit card, or through PayPal. So if you don't have an option or another option, or your card is perhaps from a different bank or a different international bank, then you can use Google Pay or PayPal to pay. And these are ways that people are using a lot nowadays. So I'm sure that many of you would like and relate to using these options rather than your credit card or debit card. Yes. Moving on, you can also use the YouTube super chat in order to make a donation today, make a e-hundi offering. And once you're in YouTube, if I can ask, you can go back to the slide where we have the YouTube. You can go to the YouTube super chat, and then you'll be able to see in the right-hand side of the chat a $sign. And with that $sign, you can just go ahead and click on it, and you can select super chat or super sticker. And if you select the super chat option, you can make an offering in the chat itself. And I saw many of you previous to this had been making offerings and making donations. So thank you so much for your donation to Kailasa. And this is just a small way that you can express your gratitude and offer to Devi Parashakti. As you can see, the page will look like this, and you'll be able to see a $sign as well near the chat section, which will be on the right-hand side of your main window, your main NTV window. And then if you just click on that, you can go through the steps to make a payment. And you can adjust the payment as you want. It can be as low or as high. And again, remember that offering is nothing too big or too small for Devi Parashakti. Just if you're just a child in her lap and you just want to offer out of your love and your gratitude, if you just even want to offer a flower or a cup of milk or even, a precious jewel, it'll all be the same to Devi. She'll just know that you are offering your love, your gratitude to her, and she will just continue, as always, taking care. And ultimately, you know that you did something, and she loves you, and you love her. That's all. And you can just use this very beautiful opportunity, this very unique feature, in order to make an offering and deepen your connection with Devi Parashakti. You can always ask any questions that you want. Even one of the benefits of joining as a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel is asking a question to Devi Parashakti when during the live darshan. You can ask the question either through this channel, the YouTube channel, which you have to be a member of, or if you're not preferring YouTube, you can go to Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter as well. And all these platforms, the live stream is going on, and you can tune in. You can also chat. You can directly ask questions to Devi Parashakti, and have so many different interactions. And you can simply start manifesting in your life the way that you want. Yes. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. And in the next segment, we will be joined by the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita administrators, who are going to be telling us, guiding us in the latest updates from Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapitam and the multi-layer quarantine, which is being administered in Adi Kailasa, as well as 13 other Adinams in Kailasa in India. And there's so many ways that Devi Parashakti has literally created a breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, conducting the Paramashivoham program, doing the Pache Patani Vratam, doing Paramashiva Ganas, opening up e-Kailasa, giving the digital nation of Kailasa. So many gifts, so many ways that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given a breakthrough to each and every one of us, and ultimately has protected each and every one of us. Even if you consider beyond in March 2020, when the coronavirus pandemic had first broken out, the very first policy the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had taken up was first ensuring that lockdown was administered in all of the different campuses, and starting the Paramashivoham program in order to even incentivize the lockdown and make every single one of us Kailasians stay at home and be so enthralled by the continuous darshans, by the personal presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by Paramashiva himself manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the very being of Paramashiva, and so much more direct, beautiful experiences of Paramashivoham. And also through the Pache Patani Vratam being administered and executed in all the legislative districts of Kailasa as well across the world, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ensured that all Kailasians take steps to boost their immunity, especially now when immunity is a very, very valuable thing and so many lives are lost and the immunity is compromised. With this, we'll now be coming to a conclusion of this segment in today's program, and moving on into the next segment, we'll be understanding just this and understanding how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been literally on the ground, has been executing all these various policies to save millions of lives, and how also that has been recognized as a legitimate solution for the global crisis of COVID-19 by the United Nations, which is a very well-known, respected, and powerful international peacekeeping organization. So with this, we're now coming to a conclusion of this segment in today's program, and we will be moving on into the next segments after a quick break. So we'll be joined by the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapitam administrators, and moving on into the next segment.
This is Nandini and I'm from Seattle. I wanted to share my experience on why I follow Nithyananda. I've been volunteering at Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple, and I've been doing a lot of seva here. Back in India, usually only men are allowed to touch the deities and do the abhishekam, alankaram, and several other deity activities, whereas women are restricted only to certain things. Whereas here in Nithyanandeshwara Hindu temple, people are allowed to do seva, irrespective of whether they are men or women. Uh, Anybody who gets Shiva Diksha is allowed to touch the deities, do abhishekam to them, and do alankaram to them, and enjoy that space. I've been doing a lot of activities like Suprabhadam, Abhishekams, Alangarams, and Palliyarai, a lot of other processes, and I've been feeling really blissful when I do it. So I would like to thank Swamiji for giving such a wonderful opportunity for me to, take part in the temple activities and, be so close to the deities. Uh, Thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Nathan Selamutu. I'm from the UK. I'm 19 years old. I'm a full-time student at university, first year. I've come here to Sadashivoham because my dad was talking about Nityananda and was telling me all the things that he could do to people from around the world, no matter the age. And I wanted to witness it firsthand myself, and which I did the first day, which was absolutely amazing because I saw Mahayoga manifest 4 diamonds out of her mouth, which is crazy. The day after that, we saw the Gurukuls in action, doing the same thing, manifesting all the powers that have been taught from Swamiji. And after that, we started doing it ourselves. I was able to manifest some powers as well. I was able to body scan, read from the banyan leaf, read from the yantra, and I've been able to do it successfully and repeatedly.
My name is Debbie, and I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, and I just want to talk to you about a Pradikshapata Puja experience that I had. Actually, it was my very first Pradikshapata Puja. I was in Varanasi in October of 2015 for an Inner Awakening program, so I actually wasn't too far from Swamiji's feet during this puja. I just remember being really excited. Yay, I get to do my first Pradikshapata Puja. This is awesome. They give us all the puja items and get us ready, and we're sitting there, and Swamiji's sitting there on the chair. Ankles are crossed. You can see his feet. So then the puja starts. I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to be in such a state of bliss, which I was. But the tears just started coming, and they just kept coming. And I was basically just sobbing during the puja, through most of the way, probably 3/4 of the way through the puja. I finally got myself together towards the end. Such a release. I mean, I had no idea that I would actually have that reaction while doing the puja. I had never experienced anything quite like it. And it wasn't tears of sadness at all. And it's just such a beautiful place to be, beautiful space. And hopefully you can someday enjoy that as well. There are many opportunities to do Pradikshapata Puja with Swamiji via two-way video conferencing, which is still very powerful, even though you may not be physically at his feet performing the puja. It's still very, very strong space to be in. And that's what I want to share today. I just want to share that it's a powerful, powerful ritual, connecting with the divine in that space of gratitude. And I just hope that those of you who have not offered Pradikshapata Puja could actually experience that. Thank you very much for letting me share this. Nithyananda.
Hi, my name is Deva Ananda, and I live in Seattle, Washington, USA. And one of the reasons that I follow Nithyananda, who we lovingly refer to as Swamiji, is because he's taught me so many different things that I can apply to my life on a daily basis And my life is so much different than it was when I first met Swamiji. It's like I'm not the same person at all. And one of the things is, one of my hidden beliefs before was life is a cruel, harsh place. I really believed that because of different experiences I had growing up, and I thought you had to fight to get ahead. And anyway, after spending time with Swamiji, he reinforced what I had already learned, that we're not our body and we're not our mind, but we're a being having a spiritual experience in a body. And he also has taught us that we're divine, we're sparks of divinity. And to actually wrap your head around that, it takes some time. It took some time for me anyway, because I don't think I had really high feelings of myself. And so, just constantly rethinking the way you think about life, the way you think about yourself, takes some time. But once you start thinking about things in a different way, your life, you create a different life. And another thing Swamiji taught me is that existence is showering on us every moment. And that's another thing that was really profound. I was like, existence is showering on us every moment? And I had to actually walk around and think about that for some time and start thinking about it every day and applying it in my life. And then when I started believing, existence is showering on us every moment, then I started seeing different synchronicities and miracles in my life, because it's true. Existence is showing us every moment. But when we have limited beliefs that keep us in a lower frequency, that's the life we end up creating, a lower frequency life. But when we start embracing these higher cognitions that Swamiji, he's always like several steps ahead of us, but we have so much to learn, keep learning from him, then you create a different life. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Hi, my name is Bharat. My wife is Kalpana. We are from Seattle, Washington. So one of the beautiful technique which Swamiji talked about. I'll tell you my exact feeling. We went in 2012. I went in 2012 for one of the inner awakenings. Swamiji brought up this new concept called completion. At the time, I was really, Swamiji, what is this theory, Swamiji? I want some meditation, something like that. I felt myself, okay? I couldn't really experience what exactly is completion. So then afterwards, when I came to Dallas, I was actually trying to contemplate, and one of my colleagues, Bhagwan Reddy, he helped me in understanding the completion. So then I actually helped a few people in trying to understand completion. When they really complete, they really feel very gratitude. So from that space, understand that space and see how the things are, that actually helps us in the family also. So basically, when someone is going through a little bit of highs and lows, we understand from which space they are coming from. So we know that they need to be complete, but we also need to be caring and trying to understand from which context they are coming. So for kids, in case of kids, we need to listen to the kids, what they are talking, and also give them the right cognitions. For example, if I have been in the outside world, I wouldn't have told my kid, come to temple, all these things. Maybe once in a while I would have told them, but because I am going, she sees me that I am going every day. She sees me, I am putting basma. She is seeing that I am putting rudraksha. So she has some cognition about, unknowingly or knowingly, cognition will be there in the chain. And for example, today I was doing some yoga. So she sees me that I am doing yoga. And when I do it, automatically they will also catch the thread. And one day, maybe not today or tomorrow, but one day they will catch it and they will implement that in their life. So that's how only when we do ourselves, kids also catch that, try to explain. And also I will try to guide her whenever she is going through different situations. I'll ask her, I'll make sure she understands what I'm talking. I'll tell in terms of examples so that she understands the concept of completion and integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and energy. So, they really help us and move us in a great way towards achieving to higher states of consciousness.
Yes. on the same topic, completion, and how being in the Sangha, being with Swamiji, Paramahamsa Nithyananda, how it is helping her also. We have an 8-year-old daughter. Completion helped me reduce my anger. As when she was like 2.5 years old, I used to get upset with my expectations and she is not behaving the same way. That learning the completion process helped me understand and catch my anger before I really burst out on her, very young child. That helped me and I could resolve my issues. And additionally, she also attended IA Inner Awakening with Swamiji and she was 4 years old. I am really surprised how the blessings of the divine, right? So she was able to be there when she was 4 years old. That is definitely a big blessing. And we also saw that how she was very shy and calm before, and after that she kind of in all her dimensions she started developing, growing, and we feel happy for that. And she's growing in the Sangha. Definitely, and a lot of other parents tell me saying that she is so good, so patient, so understanding and accommodating, and I really feel all these is coming up along with the ambience we are in. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ma Nithyananda and I'm from Seattle. I'm a Tanadar at the temple and a volunteer. I want to express my gratitude for Nithyananda. He has led me to a place where I can express his teachings in my being. And I can now assist humanity to raise themselves to their highest level of consciousness as I continue to evolve through his teachings. Thank you.
Doing the Pada Puja with him in the morning is something very special, very unique. Being in his breathing space and being so close, just the radiance. I did it on Chitra Purnima, and the radiance emanating from him is something that you could see it on the camera a little bit, even during two-way, satsang. But being actually physically in his presence, it's just like almost like moon rays. It's so bright, but it's so calm and gentle. It's really indescribable.
Hello everyone, this is Nandini and I'm from Seattle, Washington. I basically wanted to share a few of my experiences on why I want to follow Nithyananda. One such experience is when I did Pratyaksha Pada Puja at Bangalore Priditi to Swamiji. Everybody gets an opportunity to talk to Swamiji after they do the Pada Puja, and I had a lot of questions to ask him during that time. I went there, he was right in front of me, and he asked me what I want. And even though I had a lot of questions, at that moment, I felt like I had everything and I didn't have anything that I want to ask him, because I felt really fulfilled at that moment. And when he asked that question, I also had that intense feeling that anything that I asked this person who is in front of me, he would be able to grant it to me at that moment itself. So I had that kind of a connection and confidence right at that moment, even though it was the very first meeting that I had with Swamiji. So that was an amazing experience, and this is one specific reason why I follow Nithyananda. Thank you.
But I wanted to share this amazing miracle that happened yesterday. I had asked Swamiji in Pratyaksha Pada Puja on the second day to help me. I started this business in 2009 because of Swamiji's blessings, but I also work part-time as an engineer at a national lab. And it's very difficult building the business, being a mom, and trying to work. And so I asked Swamiji in the Pada Puja to help me make money in the business so that I could retire from my engineering job. And then two days ago in the morning, I got a text from work that they offered an early retirement package, and I qualify, and so I found out I could have 17 days of pay 17 weeks of pay, so I could take early retirement. And so I'm going to retire June 13th. So Swamiji works really fast. And then I'm going to work full-time on my business, and I'm going to start with doing an internet radio program. And my goal is to enrich 100,000 people on the Vedic principles and talking about yoga and Ayurveda. And so I can do this full-time because Swamiji created this huge banquet for me to just, how could I say no to early retirement and getting paid. And it's an amazing blessing, and I'm still in shock. So I know it's a miracle. This is what I wanted to.
I'm a Hindu, but I had no idea about the puja rituals and the sacred Rudra Abhishek rituals that we were requested to do in the mornings. A rebel in me had to be overcome by total will persistence, and it helped because I didn't manage to miss a single puja day. However, what I noticed was that it's not a routine puja. Even while you're doing the puja, there are little occurrences either with you or around you that can really annoy you, nag you, and it doesn't help you to have an enjoyable, wonderful experience. And with Swamiji's grace, I had a breakthrough 2 days ago and managed to create a space within me about Sadashivatvam where I said to myself, no matter what, I am going to have a wonderful puja experience every single day, with integrity, with deep reverence and devotion to Swamiji, our Guru, and Sadashiva himself. It's been 2 days. Everything has unfolded so beautifully, and I would love to continue this magical entangle of puja every single day.
This is Beilingao. I from Norway. 27th of July, I did group puja. In this puja, we allowed to write 4 family members. So I write down my husband's name and my parents to pray healthy. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, puja is finished in Norwegian time. Then after 5 hours, we eating breakfast and we go to work. But before we eating breakfast, my husband used to take some medicines and using spray to his nose and drop his eyes because he is very seriously for allergy. He is nearly 30 years. And if he don't use that, he is painful with eyes, couldn't open, and nose is bleeding sometimes. Using this medicine also over 1 year and couldn't stop. But just the same days, in that morning, before breakfast, he didn't doing the same action. I'm very surprised in that time because he is a Norwegian. I didn't tell him I did puja for him, and I also didn't ask. So we just go to job. After we go back home, and in the evening we have a free talking. I asked him, Today you forgot using your medicine for your allergy, for your nose and eyes. He said, yes. Today morning, when I wake up, I suddenly decided myself, I don't want using my medicine. So whole day I didn't feeling unwell. It's quite well. So I quit it. In my mind, I think, wow, must be Swamiji did. And strongly recommend everybody to participate in the ritual in the Swamiji of us to get blessing. Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam. So thank you for being here. Today is going to be a very short but straight to the point video, and I'm here with my father. And the topic of the video is why I follow Nithyananda Swamiji. So before I ask him the question, I just want to mention briefly, for those who don't know, that my mother is the one who connected to Swamiji first in 2010, if I remember correctly, so for about 10 years now. Then my brother felt the connection and actually decided to pursue the lifestyle of sannyas. In 2016,
Nithyanandam, welcome back with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's start this segment of a revival of the temple sciences and ecosystems of Kailasa, which are the de facto spiritual embassies and the COVID care protection centers. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. So with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam's blessings, what are the Kailasa's temple-based ecosystems? In this segment, we are going to learn about the concerning statistics due to COVID-19 pandemic and what are Kailasa's contributions and why temple-based ecosystem and Kailasa's COVID care protection centers and UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions and join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's understand more about this. So what are the concerning statistics of this pandemic? Out of the statistics of 21st August 2021, COVID-19 cases raises to 209 million and USA leading with 37.16 cases and 624,000 deaths. Coronavirus tally, the global cases of COVID-19 tops 209 million. US daily average of deaths rises to 4-month high. The global tally for the coronavirus-borne illnesses climbed above 209.3 million as of early last Thursday, while death toll rose to 4,393 and 138. According to data aggregated by the Johns Hopkins University, the US led the world with a total of 37.16 million cases and 624,000 plus deaths. The daily average of new cases over the past 7 days tripped back above. You can see this, some of the statistics of the United States leading, and then followed by India, Brazil, Russia, France, and United Kingdom and Turkey, showing in the graph. USA, India, and Brazil leading in the COVID cases and COVID-related deaths. The World Health Organization, according to that dashboard, globally, as of 6 p.m. 19th August, there have been the confirmed cases. You can see the number of confirmed cases over 209 million plus. And the deaths are 4,390,000 deaths, and reported by the World Health Organization. And the statistics in USA, the Delta variant spreading USA due to its ability to spread via asymptomatic people. The Delta rise is fueled by rampant spread from people who feel fine. People infected with the Delta variant globally do not have COVID-19 symptoms until 2 days after they start studying the coronavirus. The Delta variant spreading in USA, children are now getting infected. A record Delta wave hits kids, raises fear as US schools open. The day before he was supposed to start 4th grade, Francisco Rosales was admitted to a Dallas hospital with COVID-19, struggling to breathe with dangerously low oxygen levels and an uncertain outcome. The Delta variant spreading in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka announced a 10-day lockdown starting on Friday night in an effort to curb the spread of the coronavirus as surging infections and deaths overwhelm the Iceland health system. The Indian Ocean nation recorded its highest single-day death toll of 187 and 3,793 cases recently. The statistics in India, 36,401 new cases found in India as on 18th August. Death toll in Maharashtra alone has crossed 1,35,000. You can see the statistics graph, how the sharp spike in increasing the wave. And some more statistics from India. The Jawaharlal Nehru University CSSE published on 19th of August 2021, there are 3.23 crore cases and 4.33 lakh deaths. You can see the statistics in India across the states: Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Delhi, Chhattisgarh, and various other states. The cases and the deaths in the respective states. In Maharashtra alone, the toll you have seen, the COVID cases in Karnataka, Bangalore News published on 19th of August 2021, COVID record patients develop a serious complications of tuberculosis. The Bangalore News. COVID-19 record patients in Karnataka affected with tuberculosis stressed to step up screening measures. Over 28 lakh COVID-19 recoveries have been reported in the state so far since both coronavirus and the tuberculosis affect the lungs, and a special drive has been launched to help detect early. Patients who have made a full recovery from the COVID-19 are contracting tuberculosis in Karnataka. The state has recorded 23 to 25 such cases so far, and as an added precaution, the government has started screening all COVID-19 patients. And you can see that COVID cases in Kerala, across the Kerala, the Delta variant is proving to be unstoppable. Kerala reported close to 80,000 reinfected cases after the first vaccine dose. 87,000 COVID infections in India after the second dose, the 46% from Kerala. According to the sources, Kerala reported close to 80,000 cases of COVID infections after the first dose of vaccination, while 40,000 people were infected after the second dose. The Times of India published on 20th of August 2021, COVID-19 Bangalore takes over Mumbai, becomes the district with the second highest. COVID-19 Bangalore takes over Mumbai, become the district with the second highest death. Bangalore urban has now overtaken Mumbai to become the district with the second highest COVID death in the country. While Pune continues to lead the table, as of August 18, Bangalore has 15,953 virus-related deaths compared to 15,930 in Mumbai and 18,779 in Pune, Bangalore, which are the highest overall COVID-19 cases for a single day. Now, see the print published on 22nd of May 2021, Bangalore crematoria and burial grounds struggle to keep the pace as the Karnataka COVID death toll surges.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and press the bell icon to get the latest updates.
Over the last 2 weeks, Karnataka has witnessed a devastating COVID-19 surge, recording the highest COVID-19 related deaths and a number of new cases. Bengaluru has emerged as a new COVID-19 hotspot due to the positivity rate and an increase in the deaths. With the surge in COVID casualties in the second wave of the pandemic, crematoriums in Bengaluru, as in the rest of the country, are finding it difficult to handle the daily burden of bodies being brought in. Battling shortage of space and other infrastructure crunch, many have constructed new sheds to ensure last rites can be carried out even during the rains, and burial sites. Some burial sites are also reusing their space. The print visited a crematorium on the outskirts of Bengaluru. We are 25 kilometers in a place called Tavarekere, where at least around 60 to 80 bodies are being brought every day and final rites are being performed. They are saying that the numbers has been increasing constantly for the past few days. Bangalore especially, the number is rising every single day. At the same time, in Karnataka itself, the number of COVID-19 cases have been rising constantly for the past few days, and the positivity rate is also a major concern. At the same time, the vaccination drive is not progressing as smoothly as it should be. If you can see just behind, this is where the bodies are being brought, and they're trying to ensure that everything is done in a proper manner. Bangalore is facing shortage of places, burial places, and there are certain organizations who are helping people give a dignified last rites to COVID patients. We have with us Akhtar Sharif from the Popular Front. सर, आप थोड़ा बताएंगे आप लोग किस तरह से मदद कर रहे हैं और किस तरह का दिक्कत अभी आ रहा है ये जो सेकेंड वेव आया है कोविड का?
तो जैसा कि आप लोग जानते हैं कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया जो है हर हमेशा से पब्लिक के लिए सर्विस देने के लिए हर हमेशा ज़मीनी सतह पर हर हमेशा काम करती है। तो ऐसे ही सेकेंड वेव में भी पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया जैसे ही लोगों का रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ना शुरू हुआ तो एक्टिव होकर जो है हर हमारा जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट का वॉलंटियर है उस जगह पर जो है काम करना स्टार्ट किए हैं। तो जैसे कि हमारा अभी तक तकरीबन हम लोगों ने पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ने 426 तक हमने ब्यूरियल किए हैं, प्लस क्रीमेशन भी किए हैं। इसमें अप्रैल से लेकर कल तक का हमारा ये रिकॉर्ड है। तकरीबन 426 हमने ब्यूरियल और क्रीमेशन, जिसमें आकर जो है 24 हिंदूज के बॉडी भी मिले थे और उसमें आकर 4 आकर
The Times of India published on 20th of August 2021, the COVID-19 Bangalore takes over Mumbai, becomes the district with the second highest. You can see the statistics. The Times of India published on 20th of August 2021, COVID-19 Bangalore takes over Mumbai, becomes the district with the second highest.
Bengaluru Urban has now taken Mumbai to become the district with the second highest COVID deaths in the country, while Pune continues to lead the table. As of August 18, Bengaluru had 15,953 virus-related deaths compared to 15,930 in Mumbai and 18,779 in Pune. Bengaluru, which has the highest overall COVID cases for a district in India after it pipped Pune in mid-May, has a better case fatality rate than the Maharashtra cities. As of August 18, Pune's CFR stood at 1.7% and Mumbai's at 2.1% compared to Bengaluru's 1.3%. Data shows 8 states or UTs, Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Delhi and Punjab have reported more than 15,000 deaths. Among these, no single district has more than 10,000 deaths. TOI online report.
The post-COVID patients now suffering from the life-threatening blood clot in arteries. Steep rise in cases of arterial thrombosis in post-COVID patients, say the doctors. There is an increase in evidence of the association between COVID-19 and the arterial thrombotic events, as many post-COVID patients have suffered from limb and life-threatening blood clots in the arteries of the legs. Doctors say Dr. Rahul's interventional radiologist revealed recently. The Delta strain, major variant of concern in India, the cause of COVID-19 outbreak, says the INFACOG. In New Delhi, as many states continue to report high number of COVID-19 cases, the Indians SARS-CoV-2 Genomics Consortium, a genome squeezing government consortium of laboratories, has attributed breakthrough infections of coronavirus cases in India to a very high proportion of the Delta variant. Now, let us understand more on this, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, establishing the various ecosystems of Kailasa and reviving the temple-based ecosystems, which are now not only Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, are protecting the one and all and adding joy, peace, bliss to everyone. How the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving the temple-based ecosystems, which are providing the world, which are contributing to the world peace. And as a Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies are also saving the lives. So let us understand more. As you see, due to this pandemic that we have seen the statistics, due to the concerning statistics, the temples have shut down, the famous temples like Puri Jagannath, and not only the famous temples, all the places where people gather, the religious or non-religious gurudwaras, temples, mosques, churches, every place have been shut down due to the concerning statistics. And the famous Gujarat temple also shut down. And as now in the times when the COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a humming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religion's fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now let us understand some of the basics of the temple revival of the ecosystem of Kailasa. The temple ecosystem of Kailasa. Reviving the enlightened civilization is the vision of Kailasa, the purpose of my advent. Paramashiva assuming this body and manifesting, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kailasa is basically an enlightened civilization where everything happens based on the ultimate cosmic principle and ultimate possibilities and powerfulness. You want to know about the universe, just they will show you in the universe and teach you. And you want to know about the cosmos, they will just show you the cosmos and simple, straightforward way. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, religions, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment science alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajna Pita is a lineage sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be Shakta, some may be Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, some may be Vaidika Shaiva. All kinds of permutation and combination, each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each Sannyasa Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightened ecosystem, enlightenment science alive of that Sampradaya. Hindu temples are not just worship altars or religious congregation places or just memorial for certain legendary person or incident. Hindu temples are residences of God. That's why in Chidambaram, Nataraja is one of the Dikshita, and Srirangam, Ranganatha is one of the Bhaktar who are doing the puja. The temples are residences of God in Hindu tradition, in reality, not just in Hinduism, in reality in every tradition, every religion. So there are a time Hinduism has 56 nations, 200 states, 1,700 provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas. Almost 95% of the population of those days were Hindus. Slowly, the brutal terrorists invading life negative gangs enter, destroy, rob, plunder the temples, and destroy the spiritual ecosystem, the enlightenment ecosystem. In last 1,000 years, we did not have a single nation, we did not have a single state, and we did not have a single province practicing Hinduism as a state religion legitimately, and 10,000 sampradayas without any doubt. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says 200 are left alive, struggling to be alive. Three unique things of Hinduism. One is the ability to make the divine land and get rooted on the deity. This is called Prana Pratishta. This is done various ways. We will be understanding that. And the incarnations landing, the ecosystem where the incarnations land, the enlightenment spiritual ecosystem where incarnations happen. And the third is the devotion to the feminine consciousness, the Devi worship. These three are unique to Hindu tradition. A person who can make enlightenment as a source for energy and excitement for anyone is an incarnation. Fortunately, we are successful in making enlightenment as the source for energy and excitement to millions of people all over the world. This whole Kailasa is the revival of that enlightenment civilization. The temple is a place where an intense cosmic energy is available for everyone to experience. Significantly, all the major Vedic temples built over the centuries have been consecrated by enlightened masters, or rather, the temple has grown around the intense energy field established by an enlightened master for the benefit of humankind. Just as a rich man leaves behind his wealth for the next generation after he leaves the body, enlightened masters leave behind the huge energy that they bring with them in the form of temples. For instance, the four main Shankara Peetams were established by the 8th century master Adi Shankara, the Chidambaram temple by Patanjali, the Palani temple by the Siddha Bhogar, the Arunachaleshwara temple by the Saint Idaikadar, Tirupati by Kunga Navar, and Tanjore by Guru Varu. The powerful spiritual vibrations present in these places are so palpable that even the most casual visitor can feel its effect in the form of peace, bliss, or clarity. When maintained properly using the subtle powers of mantras, the rituals and meditation, temples can hold and radiate this precious energy for thousands of years. The temple structures. In Hinduism, temples are designed as energy centers, energized by the great enlightened masters to radiate the enlightened masters present even when they leave their body. Temples are found deliberately at a place where the positive energy is available abundantly from the magnetic and electric waves conveyances of north and south poles push. The idol of God is set in the core center of the temple, known as Garbhagruha, the sanctorium. This is the area where the Earth's magnetic field is discovered to the most extreme. Therefore, it is the energy source. The Dvajastambha, the flagpole, behaves as a transformer. The huge domes are for amplifying the energy. The temples were systematically built for the transmission of energy on the large scale. Temples and the enlightened beings. When the rich man dies, he leaves behind his wealth to his wife, daughters, and sons. When the enlightened masters leave the body, they leave their wealth of energy, penance, and goodness to humanity at large. Temples are built on these energy fields left behind by them. Either the masters themselves build these temples when they are alive, or people build them after the masters leave the body. These temples are further sanctified through the rituals that harness the divine cosmic energy. The famous temple at Kedarnath in the Himalayan range was built by the great master Shankara. The Arunachaleshwara temple of Tiruvannamalai, South India, is ascribed to a great saint called Idaikadar. These temples are divine gifts of these great masters to humanity. There are two types of people. The first type generate energy from their own system, and they are like solar system. Wherever they are, they produce energy, they radiate energy, and wherever they go, they excel in it. Whatever they touch flourishes. They are the one who nourish the world. They are the enlightened masters. The second type of people are those who have forgotten the art of producing energy from their inner source. These people may flourish, but may be only in one or two fields. And that too out of the superficial energy source called mind. Since their source is superficial, the multidimensional flourishing remains a dream for them. These are the ordinary people from the world. The first category of people help the second category of people by giving energy to it, by giving a clear-cut technology to achieve installing the deities. What is the science behind them? As per the Vedic sciences, there are two ways to install energy in a deity. One is Agama Pratishtha, the other is Prana Pratishtha. In Agama Pratishtha, the energy installation is done by the second category of people. It is done essentially through chanting of the mantras. This method will install only a few volts of energy. The energy intensity will be decided by the nature of the mantras, the accuracy with which it is chanted, and above all, the psychological state of the person chanting them. In Prana Pratishtha, the energy installation is done by the first category of people. It happens through a direct connection with the divine cosmic energy that nourishes the whole universe. The first category of people, that is the enlightened masters, are pure channels for the divine cosmic energy to flow through. They can choose what manifestation of the energy they wish to install, and for the goodwill of society, masters have worked on the science of the inner world and have installed the various aspects of the divine energy in these temple deities. Every historic temple has its own significance. The significances are each deity has its own boon to offer depending on the type of energy installed in it. That is why in order to conceive children, you go to a particular temple. In order to wed a suitable spouse, you go to a different temple. To defy the planetary influences, you go to a different temple. And for financial problems, you go to a different temple. These benefits are nothing but the special energy packs. Temples are structures that replace an enlightened master's presence. Masters, by their shared presence, heal people. They heal not just the physical level, but also at the being level. They keep the inspiration for spirituality alive. Their presence offers an ambience of sacredness. Temples are spaces created by masters to offer these same things that they offer. While consecrating the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva temple sanctum at the Bangalore Adinam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said, "An enlightened master is the cosmos in human form, the ultimate human form fit to perform a sanctum consecration. For an enlightened master, the energies of expression through any means never get exhausted." For example, for an ordinary human being, the grief emotion or the joy emotion exhausts when expressed through tears. The pitta, the fire elements of the body, exhaust through anger. The lust energy exhausts through the sexual act. The power of speech exhausts in his very saliva the moment it uttered. All these energies of expression become exhausted as he uses them. An enlightened master, his energy expression cannot be exhausted through any of these means. Because he is existent, the inexhaustible source of energy in human form, because masters do not need a body to execute their work. They can continue to do the things they do even after they have left their physical body. The sanctum created and energized by them will radiate inexhaustible energy and nurture energy being that seeks it. Only a master who can function without the help of his body is capable of creating a true sanctum, one that will materialize things exactly the way he does. And there are some more things if we understand why the temple ecosystem, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is establishing all over the world. as we see, he has established the temples across the, especially in the United States. Each temple that he has established is a specific boon to give. For example, Houston, he installed the energy of the Navagraha dosha, Pariharasthala, and Prayaga, where you offer the oblations to the departed souls. The Ohio Sarvajnapitam is the Pariharasthala. So, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishing these temples across the world as a radiate the specific energy field to take care of the devotees. And one more question we always wonder is, if God is everywhere, why go to a temple? To answer this question, Sri Ramakrishna, the great enlightened master of 20th century, gave a beautiful answer. There is a milk all over the cow's body, but we cannot get it just by piercing it anywhere. So though the cosmic energy is available everywhere, we are not able to perceive it because it is extremely subtle. Cosmic energy is available in the most subtle form. An enlightened being or highly evolved soul knows the science of distilling this subtle energy into a gross form which we can perceive and absorb. Temples are engineered by the great rishis in such a way that the cosmic energy becomes available to all as the source of healing and spiritual transformation. Why so many temples in Hinduism? In India, about 90% of all tourist attractions are temples. There are lakhs of temples across length and breadth of India, and in places like Varanasi, for every person living there, there is a temple. But why so many temples? Whatever where a civilization thinks are the highest experience, it builds structures related to that. If people in the country think football is the greatest experience, they build magnificent football stadiums all over. If people think education is the greatest experience, they build schools and colleges. For thousands of years, Hindus in India thought of enlightenment and God as the highest experience, so they built temples. For this reason, in any city, there will be a large temple built first, and only then a city will form around it. The human body is considered a miniature of the cosmos, and a temple is an expression of that human frame. Now let us understand the science of temples. Temples are created to replace the enlightened master's presence. Enlightened masters, when they leave their body, they wanted a space which can continuously inspire people, which can continuously heal, which can give them the experience of spirituality, which can give them a sacred feeling. In every tradition, creating a space for divine or creating a place in which people can relate with the divine has become a part of their culture, part of their life. People have put aside any constraints of money and time to erect inspiring structures built on faith, science, and mystery, as well as greed and fear. Throughout the passage of time, some of these magnificent structures around the world have become museums and wonders, and some continue to be the seat of religious authority. Many continue to attract faithful, offering solace, energy, social interaction, and a framework for life itself. But for many, the science of temples built on thousands of years of research and development has been lost. The understanding has been lost. Through the physical structures, they are still standing. For some, the belief, the experience is no longer there. By understanding the science of Indian temples, humans can experience the intelligence, power, miracles that these structures were made from and for. And what did the energy have to do with the temples? See, the last statement of the science, E is equal to mc square, that whatever exists is energy, is the first statement of Upanishad. As research is providing every day the cosmic truths that the quantum physics is still struggling to comprehend, were ultimately the already commonplace in the ancient and rich Vedic tradition of India, where when Einstein declared that E is equal to mc square, that whatever exists is energy, he confirmed that the Upanishads are sacred Indian scriptures said thousands of years ago. With an enlightened insight into the play of matter and energy that makes up the universe, the Vedic seers have declared more than 10,000 years ago that whatever exists is nothing but energy. Isha Vasham Idam Sarvam, that means Isha Vasha Upanishad, the last statement of science, E is equal to mc square, that whatever exists is energy, is the first statement of Upanishad, Isha Vasham Idam Sarvam, whatever exists is energy. So the last statement of science is the first statement of Upanishad, whatever exists is energy. In modern times, temples are truly the oxygen baths for the soul. With an enlightened insight into the play of matter and energy that makes up the universe, the Vedic seers had declared more than 10,000 years ago that whatever exists is nothing but the energy. The Isha Vasham Idam Sarvam, from the Ishavasha Upanishad, the last statement of science is equal to mc square, that whatever exists is energy, the first statement of Upanishad, Isha Vasham Idam Sarvam, whatever exists is energy. So the last statement of the science is the first statement of the Upanishad, whatever exists is energy. In modern times, temples are truly the oxygen bath for the soul. Today, more than ever before, the Vedic intelligence that gave rise to the concept of temples can be appreciated for its ancient and modern technology based on thousands of years of research and development. The powerful positive vibration present in the temple can flush out negative energies without even being aware of it. Deep cleansing, recharging, and ultimately purifying of the being can happen effortlessly in a temple, resulting in physical and mental healing. In modern times, temples are truly the oxygen baths for the soul. A temple is more than a building. The entire art of building temples is not a mere art. It is a science. Temple architecture is a highly developed science. Every single facet of it, from the size of the idols to the size of the rooms, the courtyard, the direction in which each has to be situated, to the process of installing the idol in the sanctum, all these are laid down in detail in manuals that were developed thousands of years ago. An Indian temple is more than just a building or a structure. It is the image and energy of the divine. A temple is a miniature cosmos comprised of the 5 elements and a presiding deity. A temple is an outgrowth of the deity which has its own independent intelligence and from which energy is constantly radiating. Temples are also used for social interactions, spiritual education, cultural events, and economic exchange. Temples provide the opportunity for transformation towards a higher consciousness. Now let's watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism energizing, doing the prana pratishtha of a temple. During the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, During the Prana Pratishta of the Venkateshwara in 2015 in Adi Kailasa Sarvatthi Peetham. Now, let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains about the science of temples.
We'll enter today's subject. It is such a vast ocean. Meenakshi's history and the history of Madurai Adinam, recorded history itself, is very little known information. And unrecorded Akashic readings are so much. I have to sink the whole thing in tune. It is still taking time for me to comprehend, especially to present it in your language, the language in which all of you can understand. I can see literally so much of cosmic information from the Akashic reading, Akashic recordings are getting downloaded and getting ground, processed to get expressed in the language in which you all can grasp, you all can understand, you all can receive, you all can enjoy. So it is taking little time. I'll answer some of your questions today related to this temple culture. As part of this Satsang series, Madurai Adinam series.
This is a question from Rajiv, India. Beloved Master, people not belonging to this culture knows little about this particular Meenakshi temple. Please tell us who is Devi Meenakshi and her husband. Why this grand temple? What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand, in Meenakshi's time there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab, and if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the superconsciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with superconsciousness. The mechanism which connects with the superconsciousness please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures. They are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the superconsciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is a place from where continuous superconsciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings were so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. So, an example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air, or 30 feet above the air, without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain.
Now, with this understanding, we have in detail understood about why the temples, ecosystems, and how they are protecting from this huge pandemic. And not only that, they add to our joy, bliss, and all aspects in our life, the growth. So join in the COVID care protection centers, the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Kailasa's temple ecosystems are the place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, that means the multiple sects of the Hinduism, are each exploring the signs of awakening the individual's peak possibility in a unique, time-tested, foolproof way. The spiritual ecosystems created for the enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again. They are there serving the humanity. Revival of Hinduism temple ecosystems.
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world.
So beginning from 1994 to this date, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has worked tirelessly in the revival of the temple ecosystems. Through Kailasa Department of Religion and Worship, the Department of Human Services led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this lifelong commitment to the mission and vision of bringing global harmony, sustainable living and reproducible ecosystems has been proven in building active, contributing temple ecosystems around the world. You can see the glimpses how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the temple-based ecosystems, the various glimpses, conducting the various programs, conducting the, doing the Fi Annadan, doing the Karaseva, leading by example and participating in the famine, various service activities, medical camps. He has established the Kailasa's ecosystems around the world, starting from 1994 and continuing to work to establish these temples, not only in India, but in the Western Hemisphere also, and in other places. You can see the various glimpses where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tirelessly worked. So Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all human beings. In fact, all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. To join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program after a very short break.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
சுண்ணாம்பு போல சுருச்ச மோகத்துக்கு எங்க சூரிய நர்வமோசம் எங்கெங்கே வச்சிச்சோ வெத்தல போல விரிச்ச மோகத்துக்கு எங்க சந்திர நர்வமோசம் எங்கெங்கே வச்சிச்சோ இந்த நாடு நல்ல நாடு நித்யானந்த பூமிக்கு வந்த நாடு இந்த நாடு நல்ல நாடு நித்யானந்த பூமிக்கு வந்த நாடு சொன்ன வார்த்தையும் கொஞ்சம் கேளு சொன்ன வார்த்தையும் கொஞ்சம் கேளு இந்த சொர்க்க பூமிக்குள் வந்து வாடு சொர்க்க பூமிக்குள் வந்து வாடு இந்த நாடு நல்ல நாடு நித்யானந்த பூமிக்கு வந்த நாடு இந்த நாடு நல்ல நாடு நித்யானந்த பூமிக்கு வந்த நாடு மகளில் மதி ஒளிரும் சூரியனானு என்னனோ அல்லமர ஆண்டவனும் வந்தாரு இது ஆனந்தத்தை அள்ளி அள்ளி தந்தாரு மகளில் மதி ஒளிரும் சூரியனானு என்னனோ அல்லமர ஆண்டவனும் வந்தாரு இது ஆனந்தத்தை அள்ளி அள்ளி தந்தாரு
வானம் பூமி காப்பு சாமி நம்ம சாமி
முத்துரவரத்தினமே முந்தவன தீர்ப்பவனே முதுநவரத்தினமே முந்தவன தீர்ப்பவனே முதுநவரத்தினமே முந்தவன தீர்ப்பவனே பொங்கி வரும் எண்ணங்களை போக்க வைக்கும் ஆண்டவனே பொங்கி வரும் எண்ணங்களை போக்க வைக்கும் ஆண்டவனே பாடு பண்பாடு பிறந்த நாள கொண்டாடு பாடு பண்பாடு பிறந்த நாள கொண்டாடு பரமஹம்ச நித்யானந்த ஞானோ தந்திந்த ஞானோ ஒன்றாக ஞானோ கொண்டாடி வந்தாரையா சிஞ்சா 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 சிந்தித்தாய் போல் பாச
சுண்ணாம்பு போல சுருச்ச மோகத்துக்கு எங்க சூரிய நர்வமோசம் எங்கெங்கே வச்சிச்சோ வெத்தல போல
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் உலகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் வித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் யாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகிய ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகிய ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடை ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடை ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டற்கு அருள்வார் ஒப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டற்கு அருள்வார் உண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆனந்தமாயனுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாயே நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் ஆனந்தமாயனுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாயே நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வெற்றி குதிரை எதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தனை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான் வெற்றி குதிரை எரியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசம் தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம் நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம் நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம் நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்.
Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasamarambam Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, everyone sitting with us all over the world with my love and respects. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty is the source declaration, the cause for unmanifest to manifest. Listen. The unmanifest, Paramashiva, when it starts manifesting, the conscious sovereignty is the source theme mixed with bliss. Bliss is a lubrication. Conscious sovereignty is the source will through which the unmanifest becomes manifest. Listen intensely. Yesterday I was telling, even in an atom, cell, all this unit level existence, molecules, see, different field it is. In biology, you call it a cell. The outer world science perceives molecules, cell, atom, all this from different external, rational, logical, analytical mind and perception. I am talking from the revelations of the greater science called Hinduism. The cosmic science. In the cosmic science, the unit of existence, the unit of existence, in cosmic science we call it as tattva. The tattva in the modern science, you call it. In each field, you have a different unit, the core unit. In some fields, you call it a cell. In some fields, you call it as atom. In some fields, molecules. But I am talking about the cosmic science. In cosmic science, the unit of existence is tattva. The core tattva, unit of existence, the unmanifest is more than 99.99999%. The outer world science also, modern science also agrees, even in the atom, unmanifest, that vacuum is 99.999%. Only very small, that existence of neutrons and protons. The modern science explains from a different angle. You listen to the truth from the cosmic science. I want all of you to know the modern science. Every department in any university, many universities have 30, 40. Some of the top universities have even 300 departments. But the whole department can make you genius only in that one department. I should say knowledgeable. You study your whole life, spend your whole life in that department, you will become knowledgeable only in that department, that field. But the cosmic science I am revealing, if you understand, you will become genius, sarvanya. I tell you, being a sarvanya, genius, used to be the normal lifestyle of Hindus. It is so sad, even the Hindu gurus are not recognizing, acknowledging Hindu educational methodology and not running gurukuls as a mainstream education. It is so unfortunate. No country law accepts Hindu educational methodology as a mainstream education system. Anyhow, now it is my responsibility, Kailasa's responsibility, to make Hindu education system as a mainstream education system. See, if you understand the core unit principle of the cosmic science, you will become genius in any field you just put your attention. The unit of the existence, the tattva, should be understood in its core. Listen. The unmanifest existence of you decides to manifest out of his conscious sovereignty. So, the conscious sovereignty cannot be lost, even if you think it is lost during your manifestation process. The manifestation process cannot take away the conscious sovereignty from you because conscious sovereignty is the source will. Source will. Why? Even the unmanifest manifests. Bliss is the lubrication. Conscious sovereignty is the source will from which the unmanifest becomes manifest. I tell you, oh Hindus, you inherit a rich tradition. Richness from genius. Being. See, our richness is not grabbed, stolen, swindling, or terrorism. That is why we neither believe in conversion nor believe in terrorism. We don't believe in grabbing others' wealth through terrorism, population manipulation, conversion. We don't believe in any of this because we believe in the life centered on genius existence. Hindus are perfect in everything. Modern day Hindus just lost your appetite for being a genius. This stupid NRI cheap lifestyle. One home, 2 car, 2 kids, green card. That is why you guys are nicely squeezed. Your whole life is sucked and dumped like a dirt by 50 by the global tech giants. Working for global tech giants is the hell and curse on the Hindus who don't want the genius lifestyle and who opt for mediocre, cheap way of existence. It's a curse you guys brought upon yourself. And you guys glorify your curse. Oh, I'm a senior manager of this tech giant company. Pooh. Every senior manager or director or CEO, NRI sitting not just in US and Canada or UK, anywhere in the world. Look back, your grandfather or great grandfather must be Sadavadani, Dasavadani, Ashtavadani, bloody inheritors of Avatani Sampradaya. Avatanis means genius. Sarvanyas, Avatani Sampradaya. You fools are having pride being a manager, senior manager, director of tech companies. It's a punishment. A born Hindu dying without becoming genius is a curse. Look back, dig your grandfather, great-grandfather's family history. They will be Avadanis, Sarvanyas. Appetite for being genius is the educational method of Hinduism. Understand? Education for all to make living is the preliminary education in Hindu tradition. Hindu tradition, till the age of 14, the Kulattul, the family knowledge for making living will be given. That is preliminary education, basic education. But Gurukul education is for refining the personality and making you genius. Making you genius is the education of the Hindus. Narendra Sindhi is putting a nice message. She says, and in Canada, these Indians say, oh, the medical system here is so good, as if we live to be sick. Instead of thinking how not to get sick. Now, almost for last 3 years after I left India, only once I had some diagnosis. One of my devotee doctor came and did some diagnosis on me. That's all. 3 years, neither I visited the hospital nor my grandfather. It is true what I am saying. My grandfather died in 90s. Only the last day of his death, he went to hospital. 90, his whole life, he went to hospital only once. The day he died, that's all. And it's not that Tiruvannamalai has a great hospital or medical care. Lifestyle is such. One of the biggest problem is this NRIs became a trend setting thought current for Indians who are living in India. That is the worst crime. Worst thing happened to Hindus. So even in India, the same thing is spreading. Two kids, one house. Even in India, the same disease, sickness. Mediocre mentality is lifestyle sickness. Appetite for being genius. See, even the family name you carry, Chaturvedi, means genius in 4 Vedas. That community only carries the word called Chaturvedis. Trivedis, Tivaris. Trivedi, Tivari. Title means genius in 3 Vedas. 3 fields of knowledge. Dvivedi, Dubey, Dvivedi, all of them are genius in 2 branches. All these titles shows your grandfather, great-grandfather, they were all genius. Now the whole focus is 1 house, 2 car, 1 wife, 2 kids. Appetite for being genius, seeking the truth. And that brings real depth in life and fulfillment. Sorry for being strong, but unless I am being strong, who is going to tell you guys? Nobody else is going to be telling you the truth directly. They will say, oh, great. Wow, you are a manager. You are a director in such a tech giant company. Phew. The appetite for genius. Appetite for being a seeker. Appetite for finding the truth of existence. Appetite for digging the reality. Is appetite for seeking truth, discovering it. Appetite for being genius. This appetite for being genius is replaced by westernized Hinduism, the neo-Hindutva. The neo-Hindutva is making the whole Hinduism as a school college running organization religion. Hey! And that also Christian school and Christian syllabus and Christian medical system, hospitals. Many Hindu gurus come and tell me, they even cry to me, Swamiji, I am from this sampradaya, even my school students don't get initiated in my sampradaya. Why will they? Because the school you are running is giving a Christian education and you are teaching the Christian history. You are not teaching the Hindu history to them, or the real history to them. What you are teaching in your school, they are going to follow, then why will they respect you? Your school books, you don't open and see, it is directly abusing your ancestors, your sampradaya. And you are spending money, your whole life to run those schools and colleges. one of the worst things done to the modern day Hindus, all their mutts and religious organizations are forced to run Christian syllabus schools, Christian medical method hospitals, even the Hindu mutts and organizations and gurus, unfortunately, have no freedom to run Hindu education or Hindu medicinal method hospitals. Hindu education schools or Hindu medicinal method hospitals, they can't run. Just see the number of madrasas, Christian education organizations, Christian schools, colleges and theology schools, and Hindu gurukuls number before independence. And see the number now. You will understand why I left India. Why I was kicked out of India. I should use that word. And unfortunately, the modern day Hindu gurus are not even thinking about it. They are not even thinking about it. Their whole thinking is all about getting the temples out of government. That's all. Even that, when they are going to achieve, is different. But even their thinking is not going beyond that. Even in their thinking, they are not going beyond that. And I am telling you, most of the Hindus, almost I can say 99% of the Hindus do not know we had an amazing hospital system, outpatient, inpatient, and lifestyle-based cure healing methods. This modern ideological racketeering has destroyed our indigenous knowledge system, medical system, lifestyle system, even the business methodology system. I think it is my responsibility at least to create one model community, one model piece. I have to create and show that it is possible for the Hindus to get confidence and courage. In India, the anti-Hindu gang, they realized I am setting up a model community with reviving the Hindu education system and Hindu medicinal system, Hindu lifestyle, everything. Then they understood, oh God, this is too dangerous. He's setting a model. That is when they attacked the very core. Otherwise, there is no need for them to spend sending at least some 100 of them into the organization and penetrating and getting the local guys enrolled. The number of spies and conspirator gang infiltrated into my Sangha, my organization. Now we are seeing very clearly when they are dropping out. When they are dropping out and going out and abusing, then we are very clearly able to see that whole gang, how they penetrated and spent years And we Hindus are very hospitable and very innocent. Exploiting our innocence and hospitality, penetrating into organization and spending years. And even these Hindus getting the opinions of the druggies about me to do their independent investigation, going to druggies and asking about me, going to rapists, child rapists and asking about me, going to devil worshippers, Satan cult, devil worshippers and asking about me and Hinduism to do the independent investigation. Funny. Not really funny. And I am telling you, the appetite for being genius and the Hindu education system, Hindu knowledge transmission system. Actually, we should call it as a Hindu knowledge transmission system. It's not just education system. Education word is too poor. We don't educate, we just do knowledge transfer, I tell you. All the arts a Vishwakarma father mastered in jewelry making, he will transmit the whole thing by the age of 7 to the child, and after that everything the child learns will be the father plus. It will be specialization of what he got from father. That is why I call it Hindu methodology of the knowledge transmission is not ordinary education. Just through the body language, the way, in their very vibration, from the very muscle memory and biomemory and the DNA, the child grasps the whole thing from the father by 7. And from 7 to 14, he refines himself. He excels. Then from 14, it's all about becoming genius. Insatiable, extreme appetite for being genius, seeking the truth, is the fundamental attitude of Hindus in life. The fundamental attitude of appetite for genius is taken away by the modern education, making Hindus mediocre, making them believe this one house, two kids theory, one house, two cars theory. One house, two cars is replaced. The appetite for being genius is replaced by one house, two car lifestyle, or one house, two car goal. One house, two car, one wife, two kids. This goal has been pushed, and the appetite for being genius has been destroyed in the very root. So the modern day Hindus, neither they spend their time nor intelligence or money or their treasure, talent, time, anything. They don't spend any of it in becoming genius, seeking the truth, being a personality with a depth. I tell you, allowing the kids to date and break their celibacy before 21 destroys their depth. Till 21, absolute celibacy makes the depth in personality. Understand? Actually, it takes 21 for your brain to get mature to handle the emotional ups and downs of relationships. If you started dating or all this boy girl thingy before 21, don't feel proud about it. Don't feel cute about it. I think I am in too much samadhi and naturally I'll be too raw, straight, ferocious. Better let me stop talking for now. When I am in my pure space, better not to talk to me and me not talk to you guys. Because people are not that matured to listen to the truth as it is. Better you receive the initiation. Let me give you all blessings, support, methodology. Okay. Let me give you solution instead of digging the problem deeper. But unless the problem is explained, you won't even learn the depth of the problem. That is the biggest problem. And nobody is interested in analyzing the problem. Nobody is interested in hurting you. And I am also scared of hurting you guys. Because you guys are not realizing the problem. You guys start developing anger towards me for showing the problem. Hey, listen. Out of my extreme compassion, I am talking. Listen. You NRIs are great, wealthy, highly tax paying. There are so many good things you guys have. I'm not saying no. But the highest heart problem and top. But by 50, that ratio is also high. Before 50, packing off, this Monday morning blow ups, heart attacks. That ratio is also too high among the NRIs. You go and study, see the statistics. I'm talking from the number. It's all public information. The reason is not following the lifestyle of Hinduism. Rituals mold day-to-day life. Person who has the habit of Nitya Puja, even if it is 10 minutes, I guarantee you will be 3 times more productive in your life, because this Nitya Puja habit will not let you just rot in your bed without getting up. See, your concept of vacation is just rolling on the bed without getting up. Arey, fool! The whole concept of vacation is wrong. Becoming couch potatoes is not life. There are tons of things. When people get time for themselves, all they do is just I don't get up from the bed. I just roll till evening. Is it a pride? Cute? Inactive lifestyle. Whether you feel depressed or you feel you have freedom to do what you want, or that is not lifestyle. A ritual retrieves more than 30% of your life from your tamas, laziness demon. Start practicing 10 minutes a day Nitya Puja. You will see your waking hours, active hours, living hours, not just working, alive, living hours will increase 30% minimum. For a modern day human beings, I think even 80% will increase. The ritual centric lifestyle. A vegetarian lifestyle will improve the activism in your life 80%. 80% of the time you are awake, you will be very bright. Your brain will be functioning very bright without coffee. Without coffee, you will be organized if you live a vegetarian lifestyle. vegetarian lifestyle keeps your brain organized without coffee, without caffeine. Understand? I am telling you, the day I started applying this Karisalangani powder for my upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha, I am living without any need for solid food or coffee, tea. Now the solid cooked food has become like a Maheshwara Puja diet for me. Other times just little few seeds or fruits or juice. See, if you start seeking the truth, if you start having appetite for being genius, that appetite for being genius only can make you decide about this vegetarian lifestyle, ritual centric lifestyle. Appetite for the truth, conscious sovereignty, appetite for the highest reality is the fundamental ecosystem lifestyle, nature, existential reality for Hindus. Oh, Hindus, reclaim that first. Don't allow this one house, two car lifestyle to steal the appetite for the truth, appetite for the reality from you. The brain evolves subtle capacity to grasp the cosmic truths if the appetite for the truth is encouraged in you. Seeking conscious sovereignty is awakened in you. Looking for the truth and reality, when it is kindled in you or rekindled in you, only then your brain starts developing those subtle grooves to grasp life. I really sincerely bless you all to awaken conscious sovereignty and seeking for the conscious sovereignty. Seeking the truth. Being ferocious to reach the truth.
அஞ்சலென்றடைய அபயம் தரும் லிங்கம் ஆனந்த நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பிணி நீக்கும் உயிர் காக்கும் ஞான ஒளியாக பூத்த நித்யானந்தன் தந்த உயர்லிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் அருணயம் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கவலைகள் விடி உறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிபடவே கருணையின் அருளழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் கவலைகள் விடி உறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிபடவே கருணையின் அருளழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் சுயமதை உணர்த்திடவே சுகமதில் நிலை பெறவே தவநிலை குயர்த்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் சுயமதை உணர்த்திடவே சுகமதில் நிலை பெறவே தவநிலை குயர்த்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் தவநிலை குயர்த்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பிணிகளை போக்கிவிடும் பிறவியும் போக்கிவிடும் உயர்நிலை வாழ்வளிக்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பிணிகளை போக்கிவிடும் பிறவியும் போக்கிவிடும் உயர்நிலை வாழ்வளிக்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் மனிதருக்கரியதொரு அரூபரூபமெனும் அஜோமுகத்தை காட்டும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் மனிதருக்கரியதொரு அரூபரூபமெனும் அஜோமுகத்தை காட்டும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் அமரர்கள் உலகமெல்லாம் அருள் பெற நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். அமரர்கள் உலகமெல்லாம் அருள் பெற விரதம் கொண்ட 1008 நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். குணக்கடல் குவலயத்தை குறைவின்றி காக்க எங்கள் குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். குணக்கடல் குவலயத்தை குறைவின்றி காக்க எங்கள் குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அயனறி கருளிடவே அக்னி வடிவினிலே அருணையில் உதித்த நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். அயனறி கருளிடவே அக்னி வடிவினிலே அருணையில் உதித்த நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். அன்பருக்காதரவாய் ஆலமிடற்றினிலே கட்டிய நாதன் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். அன்பருக்காதரவாய் ஆலமிடற்றினிலே கட்டிய நாதன் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லா ஜோதியின் ரூபமென சூட்சமாத்மமான ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லா ஜோதியின் ரூபமென சூட்சமாத்மமான ஆனந்தலிங்கம். முக்தர்கள் பக்தரெல்லாம் முக்தியடைந்து விட மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். முக்தர்கள் பக்தரெல்லாம் முக்தியடைந்து விட மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த 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 ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஊழ்வினை மாய்த்து விடும் ஆன்மீக வேட்கைதனை தீயன மூட்டும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். ஊழ்வினை மாய்த்து விடும் ஆன்மீக வேட்கைதனை தீயன மூட்டும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். வாழ்மனம் கொள்ளும் பெரும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவையுமே பாங்குடன் நீக்கிவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வாழ்மனம் கொள்ளும் பெரும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவையுமே பாங்குடன் நீக்கிவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். தாழ்வுகள் போக்கிவிடும் தீமைகள் நீக்கி நம்மை தூயவனாக்கும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். தாழ்வுகள் போக்கிவிடும் தீமைகள் நீக்கி நம்மை தூயவனாக்கும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். வேள்விகள் செய்து வரும் பேருயர் வாழ்வினையே வேண்டிட தந்து விடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேள்விகள் செய்து வரும் பேருயர் வாழ்வினையே வேண்டிட தந்து விடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேண்டிட தந்து விடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். புண்ணியம் செய்த பெரும் பக்குவர் உள்மனதில் தெள்ளமுதாய் நிற்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். புண்ணியம் செய்த பெரும் பக்குவர் உள்மனதில் தெள்ளமுதாய் நிற்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பண்ணொடு பரதமெனும் 64 கலை உள்ளிருந்தாட்சி செய்யும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பண்ணொடு பரதமெனும் 64 கலை உள்ளிருந்தாட்சி செய்யும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பெண் அவள் செய்த தவம் பாதியை தந்த பெரும் பேரருள் செய்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பெண் அவள் செய்த தவம் பாதியை தந்த பெரும் பேரருள் செய்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். விண்ணவர் மன்னவரும் வேண்டிடும் வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் உணருளும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். விண்ணவர் மன்னவரும் வேண்டிடும் வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் உணருளும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேண்டும் உணருளும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூவினை தீர்த்துவிடும் மூல மறுத்துவிடும் சாவினை வீழ்த்திவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூவினை தீர்த்துவிடும் மூல மறுத்துவிடும் சாவினை வீழ்த்திவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். காமம் அழித்துவிடும் காதல் உரைத்துவிடும் சோமனணிந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். காமம் அழித்துவிடும் காதல் உரைத்துவிடும் சோமனணிந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆவியை ஏத்துவிடும் ஆறுயிராக்கிவிடும் நாவுய நால்வர் தொழும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆவியை ஏத்துவிடும் ஆறுயிராக்கிவிடும் நாவுய நால்வர் தொழும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பேதையும் வாழ்வினுக்கே பேரருளான அந்த பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பேதையும் வாழ்வினுக்கே பேரருளான அந்த பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த 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 ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிதேவன் நித்யநந்தன் பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை. அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை. ஆதிதேவ நித்யநந்த பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை. அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை. சோதி தெய்வ தெய்வம் நித்தியன் வரும் செய்தி தன்னை கூறவே சோர்ந்திடாது பிறவி தாங்கும் சீர்மிகுந்த பாதுகை. சோதி தெய்வம் நித்தியன் வரும் செய்தி தன்னை கூறவே சோர்ந்திடாது பிறவி தாங்கும் சீர்மிகுந்த பாதுகை. ஆதி தேவன் நித்யநந்தன் பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை. அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை. ஆதி தேவன் நித்யநந்தன் பாதம் தாங்கும் பாதுகை. அளவில்லாத புண்ணியம் கொண்ட அதி அற்புத பாதுகை. வரும் கோடி பக்தர் ஆண்டவனை காணும் பார்த்து ஏங்கும் பெருமை கொண்ட பரமன் நித்தியன் பாதுகை. கூடி வரும் கோடி பக்தர் ஆண்டவனை காணும் பார்த்து ஏங்கும் பெருமை கொண்ட பரமன் நித்தியன் பாதுகை. லோகத்தையே காக்கும் நித்தியன் பாதமலர் காத்திடும் யோகம் தன்னை தாங்குகின்ற நித்யானந்தன் பாதுகை. வேதியனாம் நித்யநந்தன் ராஜநடை இடுகையில் வேதநாதமாய் விளங்கும் விந்தையான பாதுகை. வேதியனாம் நித்யநந்தன் ராஜநடை இடுகையில் வேதநாதமாய் விளங்கும் விந்தையான பாதுகை. பாதுகை நித்திய பாதுகை பாதுகை நித்திய பாதுகை பாதுகை நித்திய பாதுகை பாதுகை நித்திய பாதுகை. தேடி தேடி கண்டிடாது மாலை சோர்வில் ஆழ்ந்திட நித்தியம் நித்தியன் பாதம் பற்றும் பாக்கியம் கொண்ட பாது.
I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्य.
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि।